Good morning and welcome to Where Do We Go From Here? The first panel is part of today's symposium on the press, the presidency, and trust, sponsored by the Institute of Politics and Public Service, aka GU Politics, and the White House Correspondents Association. And a special welcome to the recently announced 2021 WHCA scholarship winners who are joining us virtually from across the country today. My name is Julia Hartnett, and I am a senior in the college studying government and English with a minor in Spanish. I've had the incredible luck to have worked closely with GU Politics during the past year, serving on 2 student strategy teams, interacting with our wonderful fellows, and getting the chance to engage with the fantastic student community. I'm so grateful for the work of the GU Politics staff, and I can seriously think of no better program to help me wrap up my senior year. It's my honor to introduce today's panel. Ari Fleischer was the first White House press secretary during the George W. Bush administration, serving until 2003. He is now president of Fleischer Communications, a consulting firm, and a Fox News contributor. Robert Gibbs was the first White House press secretary during the administration of President Barack Obama. He is senior counsel at Bully Pulpit Interactive and an NBC and MSNBC contributor. Aisha Rasco is a White House correspondent for NPR. She previously covered the White House for Reuters. She is currently covering her 3rd presidential administration. And Julie Pace is the Washington bureau chief for the Associated Press and was recently named an assistant managing editor. She previously served as AP's White House correspondent. And perhaps most importantly, she just wrapped up her time as a GU Politics fellow this semester. The panel will be moderated by Hallie Jackson, senior Washington correspondent for NBC News, the anchor of Hallie Jackson Reports on MSNBC, and the former NBC News chief White House correspondent. Stay engaged with the discussion today on social media by tagging @GU Politics and hashtag GU Politics Forum. For those of you in the Zoom room, you can submit questions using the Q&A button at the bottom of the screen. Please make sure to include your name and affiliation. Hallie, over to you.
Thank you so much, Julia. Excellent introduction. I appreciate that. And I'm so grateful to our fellow panelists for being here today and to all of you for joining us for this discussion. As you all know, this is the 2nd year now that we have not had a White House Correspondents Association dinner, a big event, typically every April. It's actually usually my birthday weekend here in Washington, so I know it well. But obviously, COVID restrictions have put the kibosh on that. So we're excited to be able to have a conversation sort of more broadly about what it means to be covering Washington right now. The symposium that Georgetown is putting on looks at the press, the presidency, and trust. So those are some of the topics we're going to talk about today with this incredible group of rock stars that we've managed to assemble to talk to you all here. And I'm super excited, Julie and Aisha and Ari and Robert, because you guys all have very different perspectives, I think, on some of this. Because, 2 of you obviously were press secretaries on one side of the podium, 2 of you covered the press on the other side of the podium, but you all did it in sort of different times and at different eras. And so I would love to bring that experience into the conversation. Because I am, it's built into my DNA to never bury the lead and to start with the news of the day. One of the topics that we wanted to talk about today relates broadly to social media. I would be remiss not to mention the news that everyone's talking about this morning, which is the former president who is back, who has continued to be banned on Facebook, at least for the next 6 months, at least for now. Don't need to get into the nitty gritty of that, but I do want to use that as a jumping off point to how you are all using social media in your roles right now and the way that that's changed. So for example, Ari, we'll start old school, because you didn't have that when you were around. As the press secretary for the former president. Talk about how you see that through line from sort of where you were in the early 2000s to where we are now, because I think more than perhaps anybody else or more than most, you've seen what a difference it has made as it relates to your job and the job that we all do.
Sure. And thanks, Hallie. Thank you for moderating this. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to Georgetown for sponsoring this. And you have no idea how happy it makes me to be around reporters where I don't have to answer for anything because I'm not responsible for anything. So thank you for that. My gosh, have things changed. When I was there in the early Bush years, which weren't that long ago, there was no social media. It was still doing 90 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone and hoping you never got caught. What's happened now is you have to do 120 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone, and everybody is looking in everybody's car doing 120 miles an hour to see what you're tweeting about. It was a different world, even though it's still a fast-paced, dynamic world. It always is at the White House. But I used to say that I liked being at that podium where I knew it was going to be on the front page before the front page was even printed. But that allowed for time for the front page to be printed. It allowed time for me to say things, reporters to think about it, reporters to bounce it off of other people, reporters to collect ideas about it before they just had to tweet, go on social media, speak to it, or just be inundated by what other people are saying on social media about something that instantly just happened. It was still a more reflective era and a slower era. And in that sense, it made for a better, more accurate news era. I think social media has changed reporters far more than it's changed the White House. At the White House, you can use social media to go around the press to get your message out, but you still have to make sure you get your facts right and say the truth. And that's a time-consuming endeavor that you cannot let social media force your hand about. It has forced the hand of the media. The media has sped up. They're under intense pressure from competitors who get things out, get things first, do it on social media. And it's made reporters have a much harder job. And it's led to a lot less accuracy in the media.
So you think it's changed things for the worse, Ari, for reporters, I mean?
Yeah, I think it's changed things for the worse for reporters, but I'll tell you how I don't complain about it because you can never complain about technology. You just have to get used to whatever the era is you're living in.
Well, Robert, I was going to go to you, but Julie, let me have you jump in here because, bad rules of combat, I guess, when you're cited, you get a chance to defend yourself. I wonder, Julie and Aisha, what do you make of that? And how do you, in both of your roles, see social media as a tool for good, if you will?
Well, look, I don't totally disagree with Ari. I mean, it has completely changed reporting. When I started at the White House, which was at the beginning of the Obama administration, Twitter existed, but it was still a bit in its infancy. I mean, I remember, and it's kind of hilarious to think about this now, and Rob will remember this, the Obama White House at the start only sporadically used Twitter to actually announce something, to make news on Twitter. And I remember the first couple of times that they did that, I would run back from my booth at the White House to the press office to get them to confirm that, yes, the tweet was real and we could file off of it, which is so funny thinking about the Trump era when we were getting so much news via Twitter and we certainly didn't go and double check to make sure it was right. Just took the president's word on Twitter as, the word. But it has definitely, I think the biggest change for reporters is that it has created this space for kind of Insta analysis. And this is where I agree with Ari that I think that it has, that Insta analysis can often be wrong or not fully formed. And what I think it really does is it forms this groupthink because you are sort of watching how other people, how your competitors are viewing an event in real time. And you have to take that into account because you kind of can see, they're going to take, I watched the New York Times is going to take their story probably in this direction. The Post is going to take the story in this direction. CNN is really interested in this angle of it. And I know that my bosses are seeing that too. And they'll come to me and say, hey, well, what do you think about that? And it becomes a little bit of a vicious cycle where we're all sort of talking about the event before we've even written or produced our stories about it. And I would love to get that space back where you could just take a little more time, think about it a little more independently, call a bunch of people, and then form your thought on it on its own. I also deal in reality, and I know that that is not the case anymore, but I would love to be able to try to find a way for us to both incorporate what we're seeing on social media, kind of digest the analysis that we see, but also have the space to do a little bit more of that independently on our own.
Aisha, how do you handle that when you're sitting in a briefing, right? Because I mean, we've all been there. You have I used to at least, my phone was in my hands with my notes, on my lap, and you're tweeting as the actual briefing is unfolding. How do you manage that? How do you handle that? And what goes through your mind as you're sort of trying to juggle both of these things at once, to Julie's point?
Well, I do think I don't want to be the defender of social media because social media is its own animal. I mean, I think that when I'm in a briefing, sometimes what can be helpful that you can get from social media is that you can see facts very quickly, or someone will fact check something very quickly, or someone will say that didn't happen, or someone will point out something, from, tweet an article from a few years back that contradicts what they said at that moment. And then you can go, oh, well, look, it looks like back then you said this. So I think it can be used that way. The way in which I think that social media can be a benefit is because it can give voices to people who wouldn't have necessarily had voices before. And it can raise the level of journalism by holding certain things to account. There are certain things that journalists have fallen back on that they are now challenged on. And I think that's a good thing. I think in some ways, I think it is a good thing to be challenged on some of the tropes that journalists have relied on for a very long time, and to have that feedback to say, well, why are you doing it this way? And so then you have to think about, well, why do we do it this way?
Can you give an example? Like, is there something that comes to mind specifically?
Well, I mean, when you look at Black Lives Matter, when you look at, the way that the press has dealt with the police and police statements, there has been pushback, right? Like, why does the press go automatically, the police say this, therefore it must be true? When there are all these instances where we have seen, even in the George Floyd case, where the first report that the police put out is not necessarily accurate. So I think having voices saying, well, why are you taking that just as fact? Why are you repeating that as fact? I think that's a good thing. And I think having to think through those things is a good thing.
Hey, Haley, can I just, I want to just, because I've thought about this a lot. If social media existed on September 11th, I want to tell you what would have happened. And one's good, one's bad. The bad is, my gosh, I mean, can you imagine if YouTube and all the ways of playing live videos existed, the scenes we would have seen from inside the World Trade Center, the scenes we'd have seen unfolding on our phones that you all would have put live on the air. You would not have blipped it out. You would have taken it. It's too dramatic. The scenes of people jumping out of the World Trade Center. This is what technology has brought into our palms now, where what happened on September 11th would have been in everybody's living room in such a horribly vivid way. But here's the flip side of that. If there was social media, and of course we all have internet on airplanes now, I think it's likely only one airplane would have been hijacked. Because as soon as the first airplane hit the first tower, everybody on every airplane would have known about it. And as soon as there was any ruckus on the second airplane, third and fourth, I think the passengers would have jumped into instant action because they recognized what happened on the first. And that's why I said you can't roll back technology. We live in the era we live in. It's a fact, and we all have to learn to live with it. But it does change our lives.
Interesting point. It's also, Ari, to your point, it's a two-way street. And to what Aisha was saying before, right? It is a two-way communication method. And Robert, I wonder, you were sort of working as Julie said, in the nascent era of the tweets. And I wonder how you tried to use that to your advantage, or if looking back now, you think, we could have maybe taken more advantage of this tool if we had known the things that we know now.
Well, and I think it's a great question and a great place to start, because I think, as Julie said, in sort of the time period that I was there, it sort of straddled the nascent and the sort of the beginning and how it became bigger. I actually, we were doing an event in, I think, the briefing room with the president answering questions. And it was the first time I'd spent a lot of time really interacting with Twitter. And I'm sitting on the side there, and I'm watching and listening to President Obama answer questions, and I'm following the reporters sitting just 10 feet away, commenting on the answers. And I thought it was the most amazing invention in the world, because I thought to myself, my afternoon's going to be a lot less cluttered, because here are five people they got the answer. I don't need to talk to them. Here's five people that have no clue what the answer was, and I need to go spend time with them. To me, it was like this bubble box. I knew every reporter's thoughts on what they were hearing, right? That's that instant analysis part. So I thought it was great. Went to the tech guys and said, hey, I want to get on this thing, Twitter, right? And I became the first at PressSec. To Julie's point, I remember, I won't name names, but the first few times that I put out announcements on sort of like, hey, the president's going to visit so-and-so on Wednesday, I literally had people would email me and say, are you also going to put out a paper advisory for this? And I would say, we are, and you should also join Twitter, right? So like you've got to, this is moot to Ari's point.
Mark Knoller.
Yeah, not Mark, but a coworker of Mark's. That's as close as I'm going to get. And so, that idea of you can't stop this idea of technology. I do think what it has done is I think it has erased this idea, and I hope it's even a term that ultimately gets erased. There is no such thing as a news cycle anymore. And so Ari will remember this. This is back in even the dark ages, right? On Capitol Hill, I thought the greatest thing that was ever invented before the Twitter bubble box at a press event was as a lowly congressional staffer, I had access to the AP wire on my desktop computer at my desk in Congress. And so every 4 hours, they would post here are the top news stories for 4 p.m. in the United States. Or I was working for a member from Alabama. Here are the top news stories from Alabama. And I conditioned myself to think and look every 4 hours to see what those top stories were. How quaint a world that is, right? That just doesn't exist anymore. So I also think social media has opened it up. I mean, look at somebody like Pete Souza and his ability to show not just the news side, but the personal side, the meeting side of the White House. And I'll be honest with you, we had to coax Pete into the idea of putting more of these pictures out more publicly. The one thing I would say, I do think, and we're grappling with this in real time, I think it would be, the only thing I would disagree with, I think it's a mistake to simply appropriate the challenge to only reporters. We have fabulously good truth manipulators in this country, augmenting the news cycle and our belief structure every single day. Misinformation and disinformation, much like technology, is not soon going to be unwound. And, we see it on almost every story. There's an alternative set, and I don't mean just an alternative set of facts or a disagreement. I mean, there are things that people believe in this country that have no basis in any understanding or fact, because it gets whipped around in an ecosystem whereby none of that is thought about or challenged. It's just read. It started, look, I remember in 2007, Barack Obama wasn't born in America, right? I dealt with that. And I remember reading these clips, and I remember calling the campaign office and saying, hey, do we have the birth certificate? Do we have Barack's birth certificate? Well, we have what Hawaii gives people. And I thought naively, you know what? Would you just put that on the website? And then if anybody emails, just send them to the birth certificate. I mean, how quaint was that, right? How naive was that? And so again, I think there's, I think technology has changed our lives in almost every way for the better, in some ways for the worse, but it has changed the job undoubtedly of media and the covering of the presidency.
And I do think, I think this is a really important point, because I think when you talk about trust, I think figuring out how you try to show people what trusted sources of information are is like something we are really grappling with, both as a media industry, but also from a political and communication standpoint as well, because one of the downfalls of social media is that other than maybe a blue check mark on a Twitter account, there's really, in a lot of cases, not a way for people to distinguish between what is real factual information and what is disinformation. And you can often see the way that disinformation is just spread so rapidly. And once it's out there, there's no way to pull it back. We at the AP, Aisha at NPR, we can do all the fact checks we want. We can do all of the explainers, all of the accountability journalism we want. But once that piece of misinformation is out there, it's really hard to rein it in. And I think about this, from the responsibility that we have as the media too. I feel very strongly that when we put out a news alert or any story, but particularly those kind of, quick news alerts, they have to have the right context in there. Because if we leave that out on our first take at it, that's the piece of information that is taking off. If we go back in and we add 20 minutes later important context, or we say, this is what the president said, this is actually the facts, we can't separate them. We have to have them in real time, because again, the first piece of information you put out there, you kind of lose control of it when it's out in the ether there. And journalism is a human enterprise. We are always going to have errors. We are always going to have mistakes. But I think our responsibility to make sure that our first crack at a story on social media is accurate is more important than ever right now.
And it speaks to the importance of like what's in the headline, right? Or what's in, for my business, for the broadcast side, what's in the tease or what's in the headlines of the show open, right? And it's hard to do because it takes up words and time. And if you're trying to add in context, that's often the thing that tends to go first. I want to continue on this thread, but I do want to do a quick PSA and Julia mentioned this at the top. You guys can submit questions. So folks that are watching, any of you who would like to, and you want to ask our amazing group of panelists here something that you're interested in, please go down to the Q&A little button and just submit your question. We're actually going to get to you in the next little bit here, and you'll get an opportunity to ask, Ari or Robert or Aisha or Julie, your question live here in our panel, which will be really cool. When you talk about this issue of sort of misinformation and disinformation, and Ari, you might be a good person to talk to you about this, and Aisha, I want to get your thoughts as well. One of the things that I think that speaks to more broadly, and I don't want to get too philosophical, is in many ways what is an inherent combativeness between the person who is standing at the podium and the person and the people who are sitting in those chairs. And that has ebbed and flowed, I think is probably fair to say, in various administrations over the past couple of decades here. But that's always been the case. I mean, even dating back to, one of my former mentors, Tom Brokaw, right? Like it's always been like that. And I wonder where that line is, because we all have different opinions on it. And Ari, I know you've talked about this, the difference between activism and journalism, and the perception from the press secretary side of what is activism and what is journalism, and the perception from the press side of what is combating misinformation with facts, and what is going and crossing that line. So I wonder if we can talk about that line a little bit and how each of us navigates that. And Ari, let me start with you.
Yeah, and it's a fascinating question to me. And frankly, the relationship standing at that podium and dealing with reporters, to me, I thought was always charming. I loved that combat. I absolutely loved standing my ground on behalf of a president, on behalf of ideas that I believed in. And I also tremendously respected reporters' rights under the First Amendment to the Constitution to ask whatever the hell they wanted to ask, because that's how you hold people accountable. And I always accepted that as part of the bargain. If I'm going to be the spokesman for the White House, if I'm going to be the spokesman for the United States government, in essence, my feet should be held to the fire. I should be held accountable. The president I work for should be held accountable. And so I always loved and respected that. There were clashes, there were differences, but to me, it was always rooted in something honorable. And I hope I've kept that spirit today as I do what I do with the media today. I think it's changed. I think it changed tremendously under President Trump. I don't know who's the chicken and who's the egg. President Trump was tremendously hostile to the press. The press was tremendously hostile to President Trump. It was unseemly all too often. But when I was there, frankly, there was only one reporter who engaged in what I would call activism. And that was the legendary, famous Helen Thomas, who was a UPI correspondent, one of the first women correspondents. And when I was there, she was no longer with UPI. She was no longer a straight reporter. She was a columnist for Hearst newspapers. And man, did she give me her opinion. She would tell me how Hezbollah was a bunch of freedom fighters. And I loved it when Helen would give her opinion, because it always made George Bush look moderate. So I would let her talk. I honored her. Let her keep going. I figured most people watching on TV disagreed with Helen and believed what George Bush was saying. But she was it. She really was the only one in my era who crossed into activism. I think most reporters back in that age were liberal, and the shows they broadcast for were liberal. But there was still a code of behavior where they wanted to be as neutral as they could within the media environment they operated in. So it was a different world.
But see, that are what you're talking about. You are starting from a place of good faith, right? You are starting from a foundation of good faith that you accept that the reporters in the room also have a right to their First Amendment questions, and that you appreciated and accepted that challenge. And I wonder, and Aisha, I'd be curious as to your thoughts on this, if you feel like we have moved past that as a press corps and as the the folks and the officials who are in the position of speaking to them, and how you navigate, Aisha, those moments in the room where somebody might get accused of, let's say, as is a common press secretary complaint, showboating, if you will.
Oh no, there's never any showboating in the briefing room. None of that. I think that there were definitely points, certainly during the last administration, where you just have to say things got very personal. And it went from a place of asking questions and getting responses to very, very personal, like insults and attacks going back and forth. Like that's just the reality of what was happening. I think the way that I have tried to approach the briefing room when I'm in the briefing room is that I don't approach it as a personal thing. I don't approach it as I'm going to attack the press secretary or whoever. I approach it as I am trying to get information. I'm going to ask you a question. I want to get information that will be helpful to the public to understand what is going on. Now, I may press you on things that do not make sense to me, but I'm not trying to, ask you whether you're a good person or not. I don't care about how you feel about yourself. That's not my goal. I think different people have had different goals, but for me personally, what I can stand on is that when I try to engage with, anyone that I'm engaging with, it's not a personal thing. It's not me trying to get you or back and forth. It is me trying to get information. That's what I try to do.
I do think, the briefings in the Trump era took on sort of this whole other dimension, right? That got away from what I think Aisha is talking about here, which is like, what is the purpose of the briefing, right? The purpose of the briefing is supposed to be for the press corps to be able to ask questions on behalf of the public of the people who the president has hired to explain his policies, to explain his actions. And I know that might sound kind of naive, but I actually think that that is the basic purpose of it. And the more you stray from that on both sides, I think the more difficult the relationship gets. As reporters, we always go into the room. I would never have expected Ari or Robert to get up at that podium and say something that was not in the interest of their boss, right? That is their job, to promote, to defend, to put the best light on what their boss is doing. But I also always went into the room expecting that they would not lie to me about it, out and out lie. They might spin, they might shade, they might cherry pick, but they're not going to lie. And that's because I think that they believe that their job was ultimately to try to inform the public. When you get away from that, though, you're going to expect that the press is going to really try to hold their ground, because we have to hold you accountable if you're going to do anything other than provide information to the public.
And maybe Ari and Robert would have a comment on this. I always felt like the briefings were a place where White Houses could be pressed and they could hone their message, like that they could hone how they would answer and respond to tough questions about how they were operating. That's the way, the benefit for the press is that we're trying to get information and to know exactly where the White House stands. But I also thought there was a benefit to a White House being able to hone their message. I think it did stray from that, but I don't know if Ari and Robert agree with that.
Well, no, I think go ahead, Robert.
No, I would just add, I think what Ari said in the beginning, which is you have to love the combat, but you also have to understand the real role that this, and I don't want to get overly romantic about it, but the role that this has to play in a democracy, right? Which is that you have a government that is there through the consent of the people that sent the government there, right? And the consent of the people that sent the opposition party there, and that you have through the press the right and the responsibility to question what they do. And even if Julie or somebody, and they didn't, but if they came in that room thinking that this wasn't on the level or wasn't altogether truthful and wanted to press us on that, that's fine. I think that what Ari mentioned has to be the deal if you do this. If you don't think that, you shouldn't be in that role in any way, shape, or form. right? Because you fundamentally don't believe there's that. I'll also say this too, and the role of press secretary is not simply advocate for the president. That's certainly probably the main role, the one you see the most prominently. What you probably don't see, and Ari and I might not have been the first ones to go out and say this, but we're also advocates for the press inside the rest of that building. There are meetings where I had to argue, guys, this can't be a closed event. We can't just put out a Pete picture. This is a press event. This isn't just, and you've got to go argue.
Or inside meetings, you might say, are you kidding me? If you do that, the press is going to kill us. We can't do that.
Absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely.
You influence policy when you look at things through the eyes of how's the outside world going to take this?
And I just should note too, internationally, we saw that. I will say in the Trump administration, there was an instance where the at time, I believe she was the communications director, advocated for the press in the DMZ. I think Julie and Aisha, you probably remember that too. And on that world stage, in that particular instance, really fought to make sure the press was represented. Robert,
and so you have to be an advocate for the press in order to be an effective press secretary, right? And then lastly, you're a spokesperson for the country, as Ari said. I mean, and that's Americans, not Democratic Americans or Republican Americans. I mean, Julie will remember this, that, I mean, at the very last 2 weeks of my tenure as White House press secretary was the events in Egypt around the demonstrations in Tahrir Square. And I was spending, I was very clear that this is my last 2 weeks, and I was going to make sure that I was involved in everything around this, so that when we went out and communicated the seriousness that we were seeing, that we were doing this with the very best information. I spent a lot of time in the Situation Room in those 2 weeks. And I remember that, we got intelligence, and then you saw it on TV. The Egyptian military began to move tanks into the streets. And, without getting into the specifics, it was fairly clear what was about to happen, right? You had a sense of what was going to go down. We had a conversation in the Situation Room, and I'll be honest with you, not everybody in government agreed, particularly the State Department, that I was going to go out there and I was going to be very firm on behalf of the government and say, if those military assets are used to crack down on demonstrators in the streets in Cairo and in Tahrir Square, that this is going to directly affect the U.S. approved foreign aid that Egypt gets, I think, $5 billion a year. There are a lot of people that didn't want to do that. We did it. We did it very clearly. I canceled everybody else's briefing across government so that we were the only people that talked. And again, that demonstrated the position of the United States government, not the Barack Obama Democratic government or the George Bush Republican government. So there's lots of different roles that you end up having to play, but fundamentally, you have to believe in that back and forth. And I think the challenge in the previous administration was, and I don't think this about necessarily, I don't get into the personalities of the press secretaries, but the President Trump just simply didn't and doesn't believe in the give and take of those questions. And I think that's what ended up wrecking the briefing room. And again, I don't think fundamentally there was the belief set in that constitutional duty, if you will, of the back and forth.
The flip side of combativeness, of course, which is, as we've noted, sort of inherent in some ways, is the trust piece of it, right? And how you build that trust, not just with, for your parts, Robert and Ari, with Americans, right, broadly, with the press corps, and with individual reporters, but how you do it, Julie and Aisha, with the people that you are covering as well. And so I wonder if you can speak to the ways that you have built trust. Julie and Aisha, let me kind of go to you guys on this. Like, what are the ways in a new administration, when you come into one, or when a new press secretary comes in? Take us behind the scenes a little bit. Pull back the curtain for people who don't get the privilege of getting to walk into upper press, or go find people and talk to them in their offices. What do you do? What is that like? How do you develop that kind of relationship?
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. I mean, I think I've always thought there are two main things that are really important as a reporter as you're trying to build trust with your sources. The first is to be really upfront about what you're after, right? If you go into someone's office or you meet them for coffee and you are trying to get information for a certain story, to be just really upfront. Hey, I'm working on a story about this. This is what I'd love to explore here. This is a little bit of the approach that I'm taking. You're never going to go so far as to say, and the lead of my story will be this. Right? Hey, here's a copy of my story, right? But you just want to be upfront about what you're after. You don't want to surprise people. And sometimes you'll end up in situations where you'll say, hey, this is what I'm working on this week. And then that changes in the course of the week. And sometimes I'll follow up and say, hey, just so you know, that story is going in a different direction. Do you guys have anything you can help me with on this front? The other thing I think is really important, and we all hate to do it, is to, own it when you make a mistake. If you publish your story and you got something wrong and the press secretary calls you up or your source calls you up and they're like, that is completely wrong, or that's not what we discussed, or, you really left out this key thing. Sometimes you just did and you made a mistake and you've got to own that. Other times they're just trying to represent the anger of their boss maybe, or some frustration about the framing of it. And you definitely shouldn't back off. You have to hold your ground in those moments. But I do think you gain a lot of trust and respect on both sides of this equation when you just own it in those moments where you do make a mistake.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's to me, it's also just show and prove, like being upfront with people. You go, you meet with them, you talk with them. And then for me, my thing that I'm always telling people is like, I'm going to be as fair and as accurate as possible. And I want to give you the chance. Like I'm telling you, like, here's your opportunity for input. Here's what we are being told. Like, tell me your side. I want to hear your side so I can accurately portray it. Like, I'm not saying that you're going to like the story or love the story, but I want to know what you have to say. And I have had, times where people were very hesitant, but over time, as they saw my work and they saw what I did, they ended up saying, you were really fair to us. And, even, during the last administration saying, you were really fair to us. I appreciate that. Like, and that was based not because they loved all the stories, but because at the end of the day, I wasn't trying to, I want to be as fair and accurate as possible. And so I think sometimes it's just, you got to show and prove that that's what you're going to do.
And part of that, I got to say, is timing. I mean, to Robert's point about how I agree with you, Robert, the word news cycle, like what is that? It's meaningless. It's somebody who, I work for NBC News on the broadcast side and the cable side, which is just constant, giving somebody 30 seconds to say, I need a comment on this meaty piece, like that's not really that fair. And I've been in instances in my own career where I've had to say, you cannot publish this. I asked for comment 4 minutes ago. Like you have to hold it for another X period of time. Like, because there is an eagerness to get out on a story, but you also have to demonstrate to your sources that like, I am willing to give you an opportunity here for a comment or for a sponsor to help with context, and I will give you a minute to do that and not just try to get out there with it.
Well, I think one of the things that's changed, and maybe it is agreeing partly with some of what Ari said at the beginning, I think the presumption now, and I see this in both work in corporate communications, but also in political communication, I think the presumption of truth is not always there. And the example I'd give you is there are times in which, and sometimes Twitter has replaced this, right? You get a lead and you put it on Twitter, right? And then you check. I've found a disconcerting change in the belief set of somebody calling up and saying, hey, I've heard this and I'm going with this story. Now, I certainly remember, and I think Ari probably remembers, a lot of times in which you'd say, whether it was on the phone, you'd say, hey, come up to the office or something like that. And you would say, hey, I wouldn't go with this. I can't get into this. I can maybe get into this in 12 hours or 24 hours or 48 hours, but I'm just steering you away from going with this. And I think that presumption is in many ways disappeared. I think the presumption is, hey, I've heard this, I've got this, and I'm going with this. And again, I'm not suggesting this is just the White House. I think I've seen this in corporate America a ton. And it used to be that somebody in that chair that Ari and I sat in had the ability to say, and to be trusted to say, don't go there. You're going to go there and it's not going to be right, or and I don't know. I think that's a little bit of that trust barrier that's disappeared. I will say this too. Every White House, whether there are moments, and there's probably moments every week when Ari and I were there, where we hated the briefing room, right? We hated what was going on there. But I will tell you this, whether it's any given week or at some point in that year, a press secretary and a White House needs that briefing room to function like it needs to, so that you in the White House can convey important information directly to reporters and to the American people. And I think one of the challenges that the Trump administration found was, if you don't take that room seriously, and then you have a global pandemic in which you need to spend time relaying important information that will both protect your public health as well as your political health. And if you've broken that, it's not there. You've got to make sure, whether it's the Gulf oil spill that I dealt with or a terrorist act, you need that room to function. And that requires both the press secretary and the press to make that relationship work in a trustworthy way.
So on the topic of relationship, I'm sorry, Ari, go. I want you to answer, and then I also want you to tell me something else, but I'll get to that in a sec. Go ahead.
I want to jump in on the question of trust.
Yeah.
And here I think I'm probably going to be the skunk at this picnic, because trust works in two directions. And the fact of the matter is the American people no longer trust the press. The American people no longer trust the press. And this is according to a Gallup poll, September 2019. Only 41% of the American people trust the press to tell the news fully, fairly, and accurately. That's what Gallup tested. And it's a massive breakdown between the parties. While 69% of Democrats trust the press to tell the news fully, fairly, and accurately, 36% of independents do, and only 15% of Republicans do. Now, here's another one. This was a Pew poll that came out last year. The only group in America that thinks that the press, quote, understands people like me are college-educated Democrats. Democrats with just a high school degree do not believe the press understands people like them. Republicans with or without high school or college degrees don't think the press understands them. Independents of all stripes don't think the press understands them. So I think what's happened to journalism, when you look at who goes into journalism and the views of most journalists, you essentially have a bubble of college-educated Democrats, or college-educated people who mostly vote Democratic, writing and airing stories for viewers and readers who are college-educated Democrats. This has become the bubble why so many Americans have stopped trusting the press. I mean, in the late 1970s, 72% of people told Gallup that they trusted the press to tell the news fully, fairly, and accurately. The press has lost its customers. Any other business, when you lose your customers, you say, what are we doing wrong? What do we need to change? I think what's happened in the media is a lot of reporters say, what's wrong with America? Why won't those Americans
Let me defend the press. Let me defend the press for a moment, because I would say that there are a lot of news organizations that I think are really, I can only speak for my own, but I think there are some who are really grappling with this. I mean, I don't like when I hear those numbers. I think that the media plays this really critical role in American democracy. And so I think that, we need to take a critical look at why so many Americans don't trust the media. I don't think that means that we should bend when it comes to what are clear facts. When you're in a situation like coming out of the election and there's only one set of facts, which is that Joe Biden won that election and there was no widespread fraud, we need to make that abundantly clear to people. And if that turns off a certain segment of Republicans, then so be it. I'm not going to be able to convince you, if you aren't willing to be convinced in those.
But that's not the issue, because these numbers were in place right before January 6th. To your point,
I do think one of the things that we in Washington need to really do about, are the stories that we're covering out of Washington the stories that are relevant to Americans? Are we spending as much time thinking about, the inside the West Wing, personality feuds, as we are thinking about the ways that healthcare is working in America? Are we spending as much time thinking about the repercussions of climate policy as we are thinking about, Marjorie Taylor Greene and how much money she's raising? To me, like, that's where we can really rebuild some trust, is to spend a little bit more time thinking about the way that Washington actually influences and impacts people, as opposed to just thinking about kind of the inside the Beltway drama.
Well, the other thing I would submit is stop airing stories that have to get retracted. I mean, how many stories, particularly involving collusion and against Trump, got retracted even just last week against Rudy Giuliani?
Ari,
here's the fundamental, I think, of the Trump years. And again, I believe that I don't know who the chicken, who the egg is, but in local news, there, of course, is that saying, if it bleeds, it leads. I think in national news over the Trump years, you could say that if it was anti-Trump, it got a bump. And so much got put on the air about Trump and collusion that turned out to be wrong and got retracted.
Robert, I'm going to let you jump in, and then I got to get to student questions. I'm sorry, Ari, finish your thought.
Yeah, go ahead. So I would do two things. I do think I'm going to agree with some of each and disagree. I would love to see a lot more political reporting that's not based in Washington, right? It is hard to understand what's happening in the election in Wisconsin from Wisconsin Avenue. Okay, go to where the voters are. I loved, and they weren't always, these didn't always pan out, but man, David Broder would go on vacation to Michigan and he would spend a week knocking on doors and talking to voters, right? And I often will tell people, you work in Washington and I work in America, right? Because there is a disconnect, and there is a lot of stuff that happens in Washington that is missed because it's in Washington. And I railed on this when we were doing healthcare reform. There's a lot more questions about the politics of healthcare reform than on healthcare and how healthcare reform worked. But I will say, just in both deference to the press, but just to the idea of truth. I mean, we've got a significant number of Republicans that don't think Joe Biden was legitimately elected. They believe that because the person that used to hold that office continues to say that. A majority of Republicans in the House rejected the Electoral College count. So you can't put on the press the idea of you can't just put on the press whether the press is trusted if an entire side is being told that an election was stolen when no one came up with any appreciable proof that was the case. I know that's not the cause of those numbers, but to be clear, there's a huge number of Republicans. But but how does it get solved, Ari, when one side is told an election was stolen? I mean, what was the number this week? 70% of Republicans don't believe Joe Biden was legitimately elected. It shouldn't be 4 or 7 that don't think he was legitimately elected. Myself
in 2001, some 40% of Democrats thought George Bush was not the legitimate president, even though Al Gore did not contest it. So the basis of the parties. But in fairness, Ari, it was worse when Donald Trump said what he said. I grant you that. And I said on the Saturday that the election was projected to declare Joe Biden the winner, I congratulated Joe Biden that day and said, I'm an American before I'm a Republican. I congratulate the president-elect. I've always said that. I continue to say that. He won fair and square. But the numbers I'm citing about the press all predated Election Day 2000. Do not attribute this only to Donald Trump. If you do, you're missing the big picture about the relationship with the people in the press.
I'm not attributing it only to Donald Trump, but I mean, the idea that the repair of those numbers can happen when there's a dialogue that's happening in a parallel truth universe, right? I mean, it would bend the laws of polling and physics to fix those numbers in an environment where the former president is out there talking about a lie every time there's a microphone put in front of him. You can't expect those numbers to improve when in reality, an entire operation was pushed to do something in an alternative way.
I have to tell you, this discussion is certainly, we could go for probably 3 more hours, Ari and Robert, with the two of you on this one. But I do want to, and I'm so appreciative for your thoughts here, and to Julie and Isha, we have students who also want to ask some questions and get your thoughts on this. So the conversation will continue. And I want to bring in one of those students. I believe Sarah is going to be asking her question live. Hi, Sarah. Can you also just direct your question to maybe the one or two people who you'd like to make sure to get an answer from on that?
For sure. Yeah. Hi, everybody. And thank you so much for this. My question is probably more directed to the press in the room, so Aisha and Julie. But in the fast-paced environment that Twitter creates, do you think the pressure in the media to be the first to report something allows for more mistakes to kind of slip through the cracks compared to the pre-social media era? If so, is there a remedy?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there is a pressure to be fast and to get things out. There are news outlets, Julie and I can attest to, that have always had a pressure to be fast, because I was a wire service back in the day, and AP is a wire service. So we were there were outlets that were, getting out, the news out very fast. I think that is an issue, right? That's if something goes out, then people rush to match it, and then you have issues come from that. So I do believe that could be an issue. I also think that it's just general. You have this environment with social media where things that aren't even put out by a news agency or by a legitimate source can get all of this traction by someone just saying it. And then it just goes around and develops this world of its own. So that is also the world that we live in, that people are talking about, and that we've talked about today. I do want to say just quickly, when it comes to trust, and when you think about the issue of trust, is that when we look at the people not trusting the press, we also have to be careful that we're not just thinking about it from a Republican Democrat framework. There are many communities that have not trusted the press for a very long time because of the way that they have been portrayed, the way people parachute in and parachute out, and they do not feel like they are accurately reflected in the press. So if this media is going to address trust, you have to address those breakdowns with individual communities that have never felt represented by the press. And that is a very real thing that has to be dealt with.
I think that's such a good point, Aisha. Let me just add quickly, Sarah, to your question. Yes, I do think that this is an issue with everybody feeling kind of pressure to put news out on social media. Nothing drives me more crazy than watching one of my reporters break a story on Twitter as opposed to breaking it through the world's largest news organization, where I'm like, there's a much bigger platform over here than on your Twitter account where you've got 7,000 followers. I think sometimes we have to all recognize that also we're sort of speaking to each other on Twitter. And so there's a little bit of that, feeling like I have to prove to my competitors that I also know this, which really separates us from our audience. And I think that is a crucial part of rebuilding some of this trust, is to really remember that our audience is largely not on Twitter. That's not where they live. That's not where they get their information.
Such a good point. Sarah, thank you so much for your question. I appreciate it. Our next student who is joining us is Madison. And I know you have a question for some of our panelists as well.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. So I'm taking a class on misinformation this semester. So this discussion about how sometimes correcting misinformation can actually perpetuate the spread of it, and people will only take the false information and not the truth. So mostly for the reporters, how do you choose which pieces of misinformation to report on to correct and say that it's false? And then do you ever feel that sometimes when you do that, you are perpetuating the problem and spreading more potential misinformation than spreading the truth?
We had this discussion, we still do, but we had this discussion so often during the Trump administration, which was, when something was flying around that was clearly inaccurate, what was our responsibility, and in what moments did we actually help propel that information further by jumping in and doing a fact check or an explainer? We kind of just had to get over that, to be honest. I think that, our job is not to try to figure out, what is the perfect balance between, when we come down on the side of the facts and when we don't. If there's something that is clearly factual that is being misinterpreted or spun, then I think that is the essence of our job. I do think what's really, really crucial in those moments is to do it, and I use this phrase a lot, in our newsroom, to do it in a really dispassionate way. Our bias is toward the facts. It's not against the person who is saying them. It is not for or against a party that is pushing a set of information. It is on the side of the facts. And I think that, if we can remember that and be very clear with people, provide a lot of evidence to back up our work, to show exactly, why, not just why we believe that the facts are these facts, but that these are just the indisputable facts, then I think that, it's not going to convince everybody. I'm very clear-eyed about that. But I do think that we can gain a little bit of trust and help people see, where they can get responsible information from.
Yeah, and I do believe in the truth sandwich. When you do have to report something that is not, someone said something that's not true, say the truth first, then say the inaccurate thing, then say the truth again, to try to just, couch, to make sure that the facts come first. So that's something that we did try to do.
I like a good truth sandwich. Thank you so much for that, Madison. We have about 4 minutes left in this very lively discussion. And so, Tim, I know that you're one of the students who wanted to get a question in to some of our panelists as well.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. The panels talked a lot about groupthink today. And on a related note, in well-educated, frequently liberal circles, we talk a lot about misinformation and disinformation as a major problem, but we can also fall into the trap sometimes of talking about these things as if they're someone else's problem, Trump supporters, conspiracy theorists, etc. So what are some examples of misinformation or disinformation that have permeated more well-educated circles? And if we can't think of one, is that actually indicative of a problem? This question is for the press, but also especially for Mr. Gibbs, following the discussion before with Ari.
Let me start by giving you an example, and I think we're living this in real time. And that is, we've got, and there's been a couple of articles in this recently in the last 24 hours where you've got real factual information from the CDC about masking and outside. And sort of once you get vaccinated, how you can return to a normalcy of life in where these very liberal places are continuing to have mask mandates outside, continuing to have, so there is a, look, there's a, I don't know if that's classic misinformation or disinformation. It's probably not disinformation, but it is becoming, in a sense, you're mistrusting the idea of what the Centers for Disease Control are telling you are an operable way of acting. And so, look, I don't think this is exclusive to, I'm not going to say this is exclusive to Trump conspiracy theorists. I think the danger of misinformation or disinformation is anybody can fall in that trap. Anybody can perpetuate it. Anybody can hit forward on an email or retweet something that isn't true. And I think it's going to be, the genie's a bit out of the bottle in some of this stuff, and it's going to be hard to put the genie back in.
Our last question, and we'll leave it there, comes from somebody who you recognized from the start of our program as well, our introducer, Julia. Do you want to ask the final question of the afternoon here?
Yeah, hello again. So to kind of remind us of the title of this panel, where do we go from here? My question is how, and particularly first to the reporters, and then Robert and Ari, if you have anything to weigh in, how do you interpret the role of the media in keeping this administration, and particularly future administrations, honest? Does that just include fact checking? Does that just include condemning misinformation, or does it go deeper than that?
I think it includes all of that. Yeah, I think it includes all of that. Fact checking, holding officials accountable. There are often times in this administration, and there will be times in future administrations, when asking tough questions is not going to be popular. And people will get upset and say, why are you asking this? Or view it as an attack on the administration, or not, being tough enough on the administration. Take your pick. But you have to just stand your ground and make sure that you are, rooted in the facts, trying to find out, trying to do your best, letting people know what you don't know, and being honest about what you do know, and not trying to act like you're all-knowing or omniscient. We're none of that, but that we're out here doing the best we can to get people the information that they need about this administration and every administration.
Yeah, and I think it's just really important to make clear that just because there's a different administration in town doesn't mean that we do our jobs any differently. We still hold them to the same to account. We still hold them to the same standards of truth and honesty and facts that we would, regardless of who's in the Oval Office.
Quick final thoughts, Ari, and then Robert.
Mine goes to those numbers I talked about before. I think the crisis is if journalism consists of mostly college-educated Democratic voters airing and reporting stories that appeal to college-educated Democratic voters, the press is going to be stuck in the hole it is. It's going to be out of touch with a massive swath of the American people. I think the remedy is journalism schools need to really do a much better job getting people who want to go into journalism who aren't cut from the same cloth as most journalists today. That means a lot more ideological conservatives, people who I think could be a good health check inside newsrooms to say, wait a minute, before we air that, let's think again. I don't think that matches. It may be groupthink, but I'm here to tell you there's another side to it. People who aren't Ivy League. I think journalism needs to change who journalists are because it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked for about 30 years. And it's been a steady decline as journalism gets more Ivy and more college educated and more Democrat oriented. And as technology made it so the New York Times readers now are 94% Democratic. Fox viewers are 91% Republican. These splits about who do you appeal to are really putting pressure on journalism for how do you be down the middle, how do you be fair, how do you be neutral, and stay in business. And it's pretty tough.
I would just end a couple of thoughts. One, I do think there is a real danger of living in your own sort of filter bubble, right? I call it the sort of, when you order a book on Amazon, right, there's that thing at the bottom that says, if you liked this book, you'll like these books. And I think if our news is like that, then we're all going to find and self-identify with the news source we think is the relevant one. And I think that's always been a danger. I would say for the press and how they treat any administration, and I think Ari and I, while we might disagree on some things, would agree on this, which is every administration should be held to account. Every administration should be significantly questioned. Julie and Aisha should come in with a notebook full of questions for any press secretary or anybody brought into that briefing room. And they should be ready at a moment's notice if the president walks out to catch a ride in his limo or in his helicopter. And I think it's an important part of democracy. You'd actually be surprised at how important it is for the policy process. I bet Ari and I both remember or have said, I certainly remember saying it, you're about to go into the briefing room. I'm about to get asked about this policy challenge that was covered in the Washington Post or someplace else. And you go into this meeting and nobody's got an answer. And I remember saying to people, well, I'm briefing at 1 o'clock. So either you guys figure out the policy before I go out at 1 o'clock, or tune in at 1 o'clock and I'm going to solve your policy problem. You'd be surprised at how quickly the policy process gets to working when the White House press secretary says he's going to go out there and fix the policy of healthcare. So it's really important. And I hope it continues in a robust way. I hope there's that combat that Ari talked about. And I hope that the people that stand both behind that podium and in the rows of that briefing room continue to believe in the honest give and take of a representative democracy and a free and fair press, because that's what is the backbone and the foundation of the great representative democracy that we all celebrate.
Robert and Ari and Julie and Aisha, thank you so much for this last hour. one of my favorite hours of the day. Don't tell my MSNBC show. This was really enjoyable, and we're so glad to have all the students with us and asking questions as well. This is just the beginning for folks watching. Go grab a quick lunch. Our next panel for this symposium today, hosted by Georgetown, is at 1, and then the final one will be at 4 p.m. along with the White House Correspondents Association. We are grateful to our panelists. Thank you. To our viewers, thank you, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to New Faces in the Briefing Room, the second panel of today's symposium on the press, the presidency, and trust, sponsored by the Institute of Politics and Public Service, aka GU Politics, and the White House Correspondents Association. A special welcome to the recently announced 2021 WHCA scholarship winners who are joining us virtually from across the country today. My name is Darcy Palder, and I'm a senior in the college studying government with only minor in journalism. GU Politics was actually my first home on the hilltop because before I even started classes, I took part in the Institute's week-long political boot camp. Ever since then, I've been grateful for the community, mentors, and friends I've met through GU Politics who have held my hand through elections, challenged me to rethink my own political views, and guided me through landing internships and most recently a job. I am so glad that events like this bring even more people into the GU Politics community, and I really encourage everyone to stop by the Baker Living Room because you really never know what conversations you'll have or who you might have them with and where those conversations will take you. So today, it is my honor to introduce a super cool panel for all of us. Since 2016, Jeanette Rodriguez has been a White House correspondent for Univision, the largest provider of Spanish language content in the United States. Chris Johnson is the chief political and White House reporter for the Washington Blade, the oldest LGBT newspaper in the country. And Sunmin Kim is a White House correspondent for the Washington Post, as well as a CNN political analyst. The panel will be moderated by Karen Travers, an ABC News White House correspondent, member of the WHCA board, an undergraduate and graduate school alumnus of Georgetown, and a fall 2019 GU Politics fellow. So we have a really great lineup for all of us. Stay engaged with the discussion on social media by tagging GU Politics and hashtag GU Politics Forum. For those in the Zoom room, you can submit questions using the Q&A button at the bottom of the screen. Please make sure to include your name and affiliation. And now, Karen, over to you.
Thank you, Darcy. That was a great introduction. And congratulations on a job. That's great. I was glad to hear that GU Politics had such an impact on your time at Georgetown. That's fantastic. It's a wonderful program. So if you're listening, watching, and haven't jumped in on the events and activities, please do that very soon. Thank you guys to my colleagues in the White House Press Corps for joining me on this panel. I'm really excited, and we've got a lot to get to. We're going to have student questions, but first we're going to have a little conversation with just the four of us. And I should note, it would have been five of us. Our colleague, Michelle Cinder, the newly named anchor host of Washington Week, is out on assignment, and she unfortunately will not be able to make it today because work calls. It's always a busy time, so we will miss her. But we're excited to get into this. So I think we're just going to start off with the easy one. So we got your bios there, but tell us, go through each one of you, whoever wants to jump in first, how long you've been covering the White House, and what's the biggest difference that you've noticed in the briefing room, the people that are there asking the questions every day from your first day there to where we are now on May 5th, 2021?
Sure, I'll go first if that's okay. So I joined Univision actually back on April 4th of 2016. So it's been 5 years, a little over 5 years. And my very first day at the White House, President Obama came out to the briefing room to give a press conference. And I had to go on a ladder to be able to get a peek of the president. I didn't have a seat in the briefing room at that time. And when you talk about what has changed the crowd, I mean, obviously the pandemic has played a big role as to the amount of people that we can have in the briefing room to keep ourselves safe. But I remember that day, oh my, that was a crowd in that briefing room to see President Obama and to be able to ask him questions. I was able to get a question also the very last press conference that President Obama held. And that time too, there were, I don't know what the limit in that briefing room is, but it was at capacity. And ever since, I have seen those crowds dwindled, although with the Trump administration in those very first days, it was very crowded as well. But we'll see once the pandemic passes how we can go back, if we go back to those crowds. But that's my first impression of that briefing room, just like shoulder to shoulder, very tight, trying to get a question of President Obama at the time.
Yeah, it's much smaller on TV, or when you're really in there, I think how it looks on West Wing and all the TV shows. Chris, you want to go next?
Sure thing. I likewise have been a White House reporter since the Obama administration. I started in 2009, so I've been working for the Washington Blade as the White House reporter for more than a decade now, through the Obama administration, Trump administration, now the Biden administration. And I know Robert Gibbs is on the panel, the previous one. He was the press secretary when I first started. And I know that this is a panel on diversity. In case there's any questions about why this white guy is on a panel on diversity, it is because I'm gay and I'm a reporter for the Washington Blade, which is the nation's oldest LGBTQ newspaper. And we are the only LGBTQ newspaper in the White House on the press corps. They're every day holding our nation's leader accountable on issues that are important to the LGBT community and making contributions on LGBT-related news developments for the White House press corps at large at the same time. So it's kind of, I don't know how to misnomer, however, that I'm a new face. I mean, I've been in the briefing now for more than a decade, but otherwise I understand the gist of the panel's direction. I would say over this time, the changes that I have noticed, in addition to a growing diversity that we've seen in the White House press corps in terms of ethnicity, I would also think that there's a lot of greater diversity in terms of the type of media outlet that's in the White House press corps. A lot more, I would say, non-mainstream media publications, publications that are specific audiences for smaller audiences. And then at the same time, I also see, maybe as a result of that, kind of the nature of the questions that are being asked in the White House briefings. They seem to be a little more, people seem to be more willing to take, be a little riskier in their questions. And I think this is a good thing. I think they're talking about subjects that might be, previously might have thought about, have been taboo. But now that people are willing to take a second look at and get out into the open. So big changes in the press corps and diversity and many levels.
Take it away, Sungmin.
Hi, so I had actually started covering the White House under the Trump administration. So my first and my main love is Congress. Sorry to the White House reporter diehards on here, but at the Washington Post, I've been focusing primarily on first the Trump administration and now the Biden administration's relationship with Capitol Hill. So I don't have a hugely long kind of a time frame to pull from, but just between February of 2018, which is when I started at the Post and in this beat, and now what some of the observations I can share is just obviously the frequency and the regularity of the briefing room actually being used under the Biden administration. It's daily unless the president is traveling, usually even around the same time. Jen Psaki, the press secretary, goes through the full complement of reporters in the briefing room. Whereas obviously under Trump, through the successive press secretaries, it was a lot more irregular. I started under Sarah Sanders, and she would hold them on occasion, but obviously it wasn't as a regular format as the briefings are now, which just makes it easier for us to prepare. We know that, we on our team know that, there will be press briefings. These are the issues that we want to ask. We kind of can be prepared in a better way than we perhaps were under the Trump administration. But also kind of related to that, it was just because the briefing room was not used on a regular basis under Trump, it forced us a lot to be much more on our toes and kind of prepare for, the president to pop his head into the briefing room at any moment and just kind of always have questions, always kind of be on your game and be prepared for that. Actually, my second week at the Post, which was also just like my first time ever at the White House. I had gone like once, maybe under the Obama administration, just for like a meeting because I was primarily still covering Congress. I happened to be in the briefing room when Trump popped his head in and said something about like a deal with North Korea. And it was the first time that Trump had actually been in the briefing room. This was when I think either later that night, a lot of the negotiators from North Korea spoke on the White House driveway. And obviously that was all kind of unexpected and just kind of really, I'm sure taught me and like everyone else, just the value of kind of expecting the unexpected and being prepared at all times. And then obviously at the beginning of the pandemic, President Trump would pop into the briefing room and have these hour-long press conferences with every day. I happened to be the post brief or the duty reporter the week where he started those daily press conferences. So that was just kind of like this rigorous boot camp almost in drilling questions to the president of the United States day in and day out.
Chris kind of touched on this. So Chris, if you want to take it first, but I'll just say my own experience having covered the White House since 2005. I left and came back a couple of times, but that was my first year in there. The diversity is very apparent when it is a full house in the briefing room of 49 seats, or everybody gathered on in the Rose Garden or the South Lawn. It's very different than what it looked like 15, 16 years ago. And Chris, you touched on this, but how do you see the diversity now in the White House press corps impacting the types of questions that come up and the story topics that are raised at the briefing and the things that the White House is pushed on right now?
Yeah, I think that because there's this greater diversity in the White House press corps, we're seeing greater diversity of questions from different constituencies in the briefing room. Those constituencies are both, national, international, some local, and on occasion, sometimes local reporters come in and ask questions about the DC area. And also there's a plane flying above me if you're hearing that, so I will, sorry about that. And I think that there's just also, so different communities and more diverse communities are being represented in the White House, press corps. And on top of that, I think with the changing nature of the media, I think that reporters are more willing to ask questions that would be more suitable for an audience for on the internet, for individuals reading a blog, for individuals on Twitter, as opposed to more mainstream media outlets that we traditionally see in the White House press corps. So, in those respects, I think that we're seeing a greater diversity.
Janet, do you think there still is the potential, though, because yes, you can have a diverse group of reporters in the room from diverse backgrounds, but at the end of the day, we're all still Washington reporters, and we're thinking of things through the lens of Washington, the White House, Capitol Hill, the federal government. Is there, even with this diverse group of people in that briefing room, is there still a risk of bit of groupthink when it comes to what we think are the biggest stories right now, and maybe there's a disconnect between what your audience, your viewers are most interested in right now?
For sure. I think so, because like you said, we're such in this bubble, right? We as reporters suffer the same problems as politicians, I would say, in the DC area. We are in the swamp, we're in the bubble. So I think what I must give credit to both the early Trump administration with Sean Spicer, and now they're having it every Friday, bringing in those local reporters, because they do bring in good questions that maybe you and I would have not thought about because we're not in those communities. And what happens in Washington does affect the whole nation. It doesn't just affect us. And while we do work for national publications that are being read and watched by millions of Americans in every corner of the US, we're not leaving their reality. So I think that is very important, to bring in those voices. And they don't have to be Hispanic, they don't have to be Black, but they have to be representative of their communities. And I do encourage this White House to continue that. And I was saddened when that didn't continue in the Trump administration, because that was a good, out of the many not so good things that they did with the press, I think that was one good thing that happened in that briefing room. So I hope that does continue, because it is important to have those local voices bring those questions in, and maybe that open our eyes for our own reporting and for our own, for the value of information that gets spoken of in that briefing room. So it's definitely needs to happen more.
Sungmin, do you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, so I think it really, the types of questions that get asked are really, we obviously brainstorm questions, brainstorm story ideas just by talking to sources, talking to the newsroom, talking to our editors, seeing what needs to be reported. But so many of, story ideas writ large, and the questions that, and by extension, the questions that we ask in the briefing room when we do get our chances to do that are things that are interesting to us because perhaps we have a different perspective and a different way of looking at life. And I think that was really evident for me personally, just with the spikes over the last year of hate crimes against Asian Americans. I mean, that is something, obviously, it's in the news. You guys are all aware of it, but it is much more personal to perhaps someone like me when, you know, my mother is telling me not to go, you know, walk out at night. We see videos and images of people being assaulted who look like our grandmothers and grandfathers. And that prompts us, because it's important to us. We know a broader community of people that it's important to. Then that prompts us to, you know, like Weijia Yang from CBS did several times, to press President Trump on his rhetoric during the pandemic. Or, you know, I happened to be in the briefing room shortly after the Atlanta spa shootings, where a lot of these issues were coming up. And it was also at the time where there was the issues of diversity in the administration, the lack of diversity of Asian Americans in the administration came up. I mean, we could, you know, when we have a seat in the briefing room, we can ask questions on any number of topics in a day, but for us, we know much more acutely how important this is to us, and that helps kind of elevate those types of questions to the briefing room level that perhaps may not have happened before.
Mm-hmm. If I may jump in, something that came to my mind as you were talking about the Asian American and those questions being asked from a personal level. I remember when the pandemic first started, there was a press conference with President Trump. He came to the briefing room, and I asked, "How do you plan to solve or to what was it? I don't remember the question exactly, but basically along the lines, how do we deal with this pandemic when you're ignoring 11 million undocumented immigrants?" And I don't think that is a question that might have been asked, because if you don't live in that reality and you don't think of that population necessarily, you know, you're thinking of the broader subject. But, you know, if you have 11 million people that are not being or are being disengaged from a pandemic, then you don't go anywhere. You don't solve the problem. So, but in other people's mind, that might have not come up as a priority to ask of the president.
I also like to jump in on this too, as a reporter for an LGBTQ news outlet, because I think that because of my personal identity and because you know, so much of my audience and so many of my sources are members of the LGBT community, I think that I'm a little more closely in tune to issues that are you know, affecting the LGBT community. Now so much with the transgender issue, as so many states are enacting these laws against transgender youth. So I do think that more than any other reporter in the briefing room, I have this unique perspective that you know, keeps me that makes it so I'm asking unusual questions, original questions, approaching issues in the media and the news that are from a different way than other reporters would. I think that enables me to you know, make a more of a unique contribution in addition to serving the LGBT community.
Well, and Chris, I was going to go to you next, and that kind of perfectly pivots to what I was going to ask you. You know, you asked a lot of tough, really good questions during the Trump administration on LGBTQ issues, and obviously you're serving your audience. And now, what is it like to cover the Biden administration, which has taken different positions, pursuing different policies on those same issues, the priorities that he outlined as a candidate and now as president? I think there'd be a sense of, well, is it a little easier to cover this type of administration? What's that like? And how does that help you, or how does that push you to frame your questions and stories now covering this administration?
Counterintuitively, I don't think it is necessarily easier to cover Biden than it is with Trump, because even though the policy approaches between the two presidents are very, very different, you know, the transgender military ban was put in place under Trump and reversed early on during the Biden administration. It's a lot more difficult it's very different, because in the Trump administration, the expectation was that he'd be taking actions against the LGBT community. And my questions are more geared towards what was happening with those actions. Now with the Biden administration, the expectation is that he will do things that are positive for the LGBT community. So a lot of my questions are more towards, why aren't you fulfilling these promises? Why aren't you making good on that? When are we going to get to these promises that you have made for the community? So, like, the basic groundwork for my questions have changed given the administration. And I also think that it's a little bit, when you have a presidency where the policy is the policy changes are more welcome for your audience, it's more difficult for me to find areas of tension, which is usually the source of a question, to present to the in my questionings for the White House press secretary. Oftentimes, I'm gathering information from other institutions that are acting on these issues, much like the state legislatures are acting on these measures against transgender youth. So there was definitely a really fundamental change from where my query stemmed from, going from a place where the expectation was going to be a policy against my readership to an administration where the expectation is that there'd be supportive actions from the presidency.
And Janet, do you feel a pressure to ask certain questions in the briefing room, depending on what you think your viewers are interested in? I mean, what is that, working for such a prominent Latino news organization, what does that mean then when it's your chance to ask the president or the press secretary or any senior official a question, and how that helps you formulate your line of questions for them?
Sure. I think it's interesting because maybe I am seen at the White House as the immigration reporter or the immigration only reporter who only asks questions about immigration. And that doesn't mean that I only cover immigration. But when you're in a position where you are the only Hispanic language television or print who is represented in that small group, now there's only 14 of us rotating at any given time. And it is my responsibility to ask those questions that I may not be covering that story today, but not one of my colleagues in the country is covering an immigration story that will benefit from a White House administration or a government official response. And so it falls on me to go to that White House and ask those specific questions when I know that the press corps will be asking other questions that I may be working on. Yesterday, I covered the vaccine, the new vaccine goal, for example, but we also had the family separation, the reunifications happening in another part of the country. So it would have been a day that if I was in the White House briefing room, even though I'm covering vaccines and COVID and whatnot, let my colleagues ask those questions, and I will go ahead and ask the question that may have not been asked by anyone else about the family reunification. How fast will it happen? There were only 4 families this week. What can we expect in the following weeks? Because I know those questions will go unanswered otherwise. I think there was, I heard this, I'm not going to source any or name any sources, but at the press conference, the only press conference we've had with President Biden, other than the bilat, I was the last reporter, and there were many questions that people wanted answered, but unfortunately, my beat, or fortunately for me, my beat is immigration. And those are the questions that I needed to ask at that point. And I heard a little criticism that, oh, this is the last question and it's going to be on immigration again, after so many other reporters had already asked on the subject. But it was my responsibility to get those answers from my community, from our perspective, which is also very different than ABC, CBS, CNN's perspective. We're leaving the story on the ground from coast to coast with all of our correspondents covering many of the daily happenings of immigration. So we do ask, I do believe that we ask the questions differently because we're talking to the people affected every day. So yes, I will continue asking those immigration stories because they're important for us, and because I know you guys are doing such a great job asking all the other questions that are also being reported on our network, and we also cover day in and day out.
I think it's a good, just to point out for people who are watching that don't know how the process works at the White House. Right now there are only 14 seats in the briefing room because of COVID restrictions. And at the president's press conference, there were about 40 some, I think total, 50-ish total. So it's not everybody is there. And the president called on 10 people. And I think because of the kind of the Twitter chatter after that, there isn't a coordination among all of us about, and you're going to ask the economic question, and you're going to ask the immigration question. So sometimes that means some topics don't come up because it might have been different if 10 other reporters have been called on and every single question was about Russia or education, something else. So I think it's always I get this question a lot from people outside of our industry of like, how do you all work together to decide? I'm like, there really isn't a work together to decide. And you do have to serve your particular audience. And sometimes that means it's a follow-up on something else that was already asked. But, when you start looking at a lot of niche media, especially now, you've got to ask the questions that your subscribers are most interested in. I also should note too, if you are listening, watching, and want to submit a question, please do so in the chat function at the bottom of the screen there. We kind of talked a little bit about this, but there was a really interesting interview I read the other day that Audie Cornish of NPR did with Elle Magazine. And she was talking about feeling pressure to be like an influencer, that journalists now have to do so much personal branding. And she just was like, does not want to do that. And I think that's been a very big thing over the past 4 years during the Trump administration, that people in that briefing room becoming stars, people who were not household names in 2015 suddenly were because of their interactions with White House officials or the president themselves. Whoever wants to jump in on this too, of like what that feeling was like covering the Trump administration. And at times, and I say this as it happened to me too, like becoming a bit of the story when the president made you part of that story. So that's one part, but then also how much of the pressure you feel to, really get yourself out there and do all of the social media platforms and everything else that comes with it, in addition to your job, just because that's the nature of the industry right now.
If I may, just a little anecdote on that. The first press briefing that Sean Spicer held, he called on me third. And within half an hour, Fox News had put up an article, how dare Sean Spicer call Univision with my name on it before Fox News. I'm like, how is this news? And how am I the story now? How is this happening? It was unbelievable. To this day, I cannot believe that was an issue for Fox News, that Univision would be called before them. And I don't like to be the news. And I'll leave it at that, because I do not do social media as well as I should have. And I have a 2-year-old, so there's no time for that.
Yeah, I think what we all kind of experienced under the Trump administration was that President Trump and his aides and his supporters just had this concerted strategy of making us the opposition, which I think any journalist would be really uncomfortable put in that position, because like Janet said, we don't want to be the story. I mean, we don't have to talk about it, but I've been like the story recently, and it makes me really uncomfortable because we report the story. We're supposed to be in the backdrop telling, talking to our sources and talking to readers and telling people what's really going on. And that was a particular strategy that the former president took on. And I think most of us tried to do our best to kind of make it clear that our work needs to speak for ourselves, that we're not going to kind of try to engage in this mudslinging back and forth. I did find the Audie Cornish interview interesting because so a lot of the shift that we've seen recently too in political journalism, and I'm sure the heightened public focus on the Trump administration kind of sped up the shift, is that so many high profile reporters are becoming kind of brands and entities in their own right. Back in the day, we were always kind of attached to our news organizations, and that was like the brand that was put forward. But, now, especially as reporters shift back and forth between various news outlets, like a lot of readers follow the reporter because that reporter has like an established brand, an established following, an established track record of good reporting. So I understand the pressure to kind of cultivate that. But at the end of the day, I do think, like, I use Twitter for work, obviously. My Facebook and Instagram are totally personal. Like, I won't let people follow me on Instagram if I don't know you in person or know you in real life. I do think that it still is true that a journalistic brand is still cultivated by good reporting, breaking news, asking good questions, writing stories that are new and interesting and have a different spin on it. And I do believe that ultimately breaks through at the end of the day. So hopefully people don't have to freak out and worry about having to be on all these different platforms to promote yourselves. I hope that at the end of the day, I think it's still true that good reporting is going to be what establishes your brand. And that, again, can allow you to speak for yourself and not let you become the story, but your work, your own, be what is highlighted.
Chris, go ahead.
I would just like to build on that. That's a very fantastic response. But a couple of things that I would just contribute to that is that I've noticed that myself too, as I feel like I have been getting a little bit more attention personally as being a White House reporter than I have in years past. And I do think, as opposed to, I'm just used to myself as being someone who is trying to go to the White House to get questions answered for the issues that I think are important for the community, that I think is important for our readership. And now that also I'm being more inserted into it, like whatever is happening with my process. And it's not common, but I see this emerging in some other stories on the White House press corps, for example. So, but I think it is true that that is a result of, in some respect, Trump making the media the opposition. But I also think that it is the result of the expectation that the media was supposed to hold Trump accountable. I think probably that was a little bit higher more than other presidencies, and so that there was a little more of a closer scrutiny as to what these journalists were doing, and that greater visibility, it does make me uncomfortable as a journalist because I shouldn't be the story. And at the same time, too, I am not aligned politically. I take that very seriously in my approach to my questions. I try to be fair regardless of whichever administration is in power. And so I do get uncomfortable about that. At the same time, I do see value in this greater visibility, because if you have a greater profile, then you have people are more willing to come to you as information. They see you as somebody who is out there, and some of this more greater visibility can serve as a bridge to your reporting for what you're writing on for, and it can serve as kind of a way for a gateway for sources to bring information as to what they know, what their concerns are. If there's any questions they want to have asked in the briefing room. So there is a benefit to that. At the same time, that I definitely prefer to have the topic that I'm writing about be the story as opposed to myself.
Just to kind of keep going on a little bit of a social media theme, you are all very active on social media, as you say, like through Twitter for work purposes, and I am too. And one thing that's so different from when I first started covering the White House is just that there is Twitter, because there wasn't then. And even in the beginning of the Obama administration, it wasn't like the thing that everybody was having this dialogue on all day. If I'm in the briefing room and I ask a question and within 30 seconds, like I'm getting responses to what I just asked, or follow-ups, or you should have done it this way, or good job doing it that way. I mean, it's instant feedback, which is nice. How much of that do you guys get? And how do you think that actually helps? Because, Twitter is everybody out there. And have you found that there's a diversity of your followers that has sparked something in you and thought, oh, I should think about that differently, or I could ask that question the next time in a briefing because that's something that somebody posed to me? I mean, how useful can it be, too, for bringing a different perspective to your questions and a different perspective to the narrative at the White House briefing?
Sadly, in terms of social media contributing to my reporting or my questions, I can't say, in that aspect, I can't say very nice things about Twitter. I kind of consider it just basically like a giant cesspool. I'm this reporter, and except for, there's all these like stepping stones of valuable points, and like other thought leaders who I want to do outreach to, and giving greater visibility to what I'm doing in my reporting. So in terms of like contributions, I think they're minimal at best. I think they're mostly just viscerally, a lot of visceral text, no matter what you do. And generally speaking, I just kind of tune them out. There are other ways to get a hold of me. If you really want to get a hold of me, there are other ways to do that other than by trying to tweet at me, because I probably will not see that, just given the fact that just so much animosity on social media. So in that respect, I mean, social media is also probably one of the most stronger points where you can articulate your ideas now, because things are shared so quickly. People are I think, probably more inclined to see a tweet as news than they were many years ago. I think that's the biggest change that I've seen in media so far. It's just kind of the tweet itself being a news event, which is something that I like when I was like, I'm getting a little bit older now. When I was a transition journalist, that'd be something that would just be something that would be unheard of. The tweet itself being news. Social media has its uses, but in terms of having like the general audiences, the general public being able to connect with you, I don't think it's terribly helpful.
And I think we grappled with it so much during the Trump administration, and how much do we report on the tweets? How much do we retweet the tweets? How much do we give his tweets the place? How much does it deserve to be looked at? So for me, I second Chris. I'm not a person that does Twitter very well. I am a TV person, so I should be doing a lot more. I do see when I tweet something that people start fighting each other, that they start, sometimes like this was not what I meant to provoke, and I have yet to really understand how to use it to my advantage. Let's just say it that way. Sure, a question here and there pops up every once in a while, and I'm like, yeah, that's a good question. Or people reach out to me asking that I ask the White House about their own personal cases or their circumstances, especially a lot on immigration because of what happened with President Trump and so many things being reversed now, whether they have a chance to come to this country. So little things like that, personal cases, but in a broader sense, yeah, it's not something that I that I go to if I want to be enlightened in any way.
It's not a good promo for Twitter or social media. So, man, a little better experience, or also a.
I was about to say, when you first asked your question, I was gonna say I had a little bit of perhaps a contrarian view, but I guess I had the same view as Chris and Janet. In terms of actual feedback, especially over the last few months. For me personally, Twitter has become so toxic and also my email and my contact info, not my cell phone, but my email is on my Twitter profile. If you really have feedback that you want me to see, whether it's constructive or even really critical or useless, like readers do email me, and I actually do read those, do respond to those, especially the constructive criticisms. So I think for my own mental health, I try not to look at the mentions anymore.
Well, but we have to also note that wonderful trip that you and I were on together in 2019, I think.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
I'm still getting tweets about this. Sungmin and I were pool on Trump visit to South Korea, and there was a K-pop boy band that greeted the Trumps at this cocktail hour reception, and we had no idea who they were, but we looked them up, and we both tweeted that they were at this event. And I probably would bet that was my most viral tweet ever, because there is a massive K-pop Twitter world.
Yeah, K-pop Twitter is a thing. It was, and actually, I was going to bring up our trip just in the context of what we're talking about in terms of diversity and how important it is, especially diversity in the language skills that you have in your newsrooms and how important that is. And for all the obvious reasons, but the one example I will bring up with Karen and I was that Karen had to do her radio hit, and our bus driver still had his engine going, and it was super loud, and he didn't speak English, but obviously he was Korean. I spoke Korean, and I was able to tell him can you just please turn it off for 10 minutes so my friend over here can do her radio hit. So that's why you have different language skills in your newsroom, so you can tell the Korean bus driver to when you're at the Blue House in Seoul.
But you did not come in handy on the K-pop references.
I did not, and my Korean friends were quite ashamed of me.
I'm wondering if there's an example, and anybody can jump in on this, of an example of a story that you have personally covered as a White House reporter over the last handful of years, where you were covering it one way and you thought that the broader narrative of how the press corps or Washington was covering it was not the right tone or not the right angle, just not hitting the right notes, and that you were doing it a different way.
I think I was the first one in the briefing room to call the immigration crisis a crisis. I was the first one to ask that question of Jen Psaki why, if everyone else at the border is calling this a crisis, why are you not? And I did not see a mainstream reporter ask that question for about another week after I had first asked that question of Jen Psaki. So, to our defense, I think when we cover immigration, because it is our bread and butter here at Univision, a lot of the stories reflected on mainstream media they don't necessarily reflect the reality on the ground. So we do tell those stories a little differently. We have the language advantage and whatnot. And kudos to mainstream media for having so many Latino reporters today that can go to the border and that can speak the language and that can communicate with the migrants and whatnot. But I think we'll always be just a little step ahead of the game there. So yeah, that was something that just happened recently. I think it was at least a week difference between the time I asked that question first and then everyone else started pressing on the crisis.
Mm. Yeah.
I would echo that. I think as in working for an LGBT newspaper, I feel that this is a situation that I encounter quite frequently, actually. When mainstream media outlets cover LGBT news issues, I think they will very often go to these LGBT groups for perspective, for some quotes on what they're saying. And a lot of these groups have certain narratives that they want to have in the media. And as someone who just constantly covers these LGBT issues and been very for the past decade being very attuned to a lot of trends and details, a lot of times my perspective is, especially being someone who is non-aligned in my reporting, is a lot different than what these LGBT groups would say. For example, I was noticing there was a lot of, in the mainstream media, these stories on 100 days of Biden and what that means for LGBT issues. And I think predominantly it was covered in the media as Biden is taking all these executive actions for LGBT people, he's reversed the transgender military ban. He signed the executive order on day one. There's the memorandum prioritizing LGBTQ human rights at the State Department. These are all things that groups want to present. However, I think I'm a little more sensitive to promises that Biden made over the campaign. He said he was going to sign the Equality Act, legislation that was going to update the civil rights law to protect LGBTQ people within 100 days of his presidency. And that would be his number one legislative priority. And I think a lot of these groups seem to have forgotten that over since Biden has taken office. And so my story on Biden's 100 days was focusing on this legislative promise that he made, which is a kind of a cornerstone achievement. And I felt having a little more latitude to do that as opposed to more mainstream media outlets, because I feel very solid in my understanding of what's going on and being able to say, this is what happened. This is what's really happening, despite what other outlets are telling you.
And a quick example to add to that, I think, and I'll go back to the diversity point that we discussed earlier within the administration. So the way that I saw the story during the transition, and obviously now at the White House, when Biden's team would tout that they have the most diverse administration in history, which is true by many metrics, it is not true by one major metric. The fact that it is the first time in 20 years that there is no cabinet level secretary who is Asian American or Pacific Islander, and so that's kind of the prism that I always kind of look at when the diversity metric comes up. And this was something that we had, and obviously once the cabinet is filled, the focus can turn to that and that kind of and that kind of the lacking of the Asian American cabinet official who's there. But this is something that people have been talking to me, people who have been closely tracking the transition or in potential Asian American advocacy groups, people who are in potential, who in line for potential positions. I mean, this is a problem that they had started to point out back in, I want to say December, that they were worried that Asian Americans would be left out of these cabinet level secretary posts. So that's kind of the perspective that I brought just by virtue of talking with these people on a regular basis, that when the Biden administration touts the most diverse cabinet in history, I always kind of looked at it with, except for this one kind of big asterisk.
Great. We've got our first student question. Candace, you are up. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much, everyone, for your thoughts and your perspectives. As we think about new faces in the briefing room, I would love to hear your thoughts on what voices do you think are still missing in the White House press corps? what perspectives still need to be brought into the conversation in this space?
Who wants to take that?
I will take that, because one thing that I definitely have noticed and I feel badly about is that as I feel like I represent the LGBT community in the White House Press Corps, but as the acronym itself shows, there are a lot of letters in that community. And I do my best to represent, the community, all aspects of it. But let's face it, it's the transgender community that is facing that's the focus of what we're talking about right now. And there is no transgender person in the White House Press Corps. And I find that to be, if I step back and think about that, it's disappointing. I do my best I feel like I have a way to, as a sexual minority, I have a way to connect with understanding of the transgender community, but I am not transgender, and I'm there just as a supporter. So the fact that we don't have a transgender reporter in the briefing room is something that I think is disappointing.
And we're going to go to another student question, Darcy, in 1 second, but I also just want to do a quick follow-up on that, because what does that signal then to you guys of, obviously we've all had mentors in our career and, people that we've looked up to either directly that we work with or in the White House Press Corps, what type of responsibility then do you have, and how much do you guys do to start pulling other people up to keep increasing that diversity and get those voices there that aren't there right now?
From our perspective, so I am, like I said before, the only Hispanic media outlet that has a seat in the briefing room, but I'm only there every other week. And sometimes, because the president has been traveling, I won't be there for 3 weeks at a time. And for those 3 weeks, while yes, so some of the questions are being asked, there's a lot of questions that go unasked because I am not there. And a lot of our outlets, because Univision is not alone. I mean, you have Telemundo, you have print media, you have a lot of Hispanic media outlets that do serve the Hispanic community that are not getting their questions answered necessarily because I'm only there so little. So if we had more of us, that would be great. I understand the pandemic has also put a lot of restrictions as to how much and how many of us can be there. But we are pushing so hard, the association and the White House, to have more Hispanic media represented at the briefing room and more often.
Right, and I will just kind of note too, in terms of needing more of the representation in the briefing room, I think the one thing that we're seeing right now, we've also referenced this earlier, is the lack of geographic diversity. Because when you have reporters from who report for papers in Texas or Nevada, they can get Texas and Nevada specific questions to Jen Psaki or to other White House officials that we are not going to think of for me at the Post, with kind of a national general audience or with our respective audiences. And again, like Spicer did for a little bit, and also what the White House is doing now in terms of bringing local reporters virtually in the briefing room is great. But I just always wish I look at, for example, the growing numbers of reporters in the hills of the or in the halls of the Capitol. But what's diminishing from those numbers are reporters who work for specific regional news outlets, all over the country, who can specifically ask questions in Washington of issues that affect readers back at home. You see that in Congress, you see that in the White House. And so I think that really hurts our readers as well. And hopefully that can change in different ways.
Yeah, and that local angle is so important right now, because there is $1.9 trillion that went out with the first COVID relief bill, and the president's pushing $2.3 trillion more for infrastructure. And that's such a local thing. I mean, we cover it from Washington, but that is money that is going out there that will impact local communities. And, I have the benefit, I get to talk to ABC radio stations every morning across the country. And it's striking to hear sometimes what the big buzzy things are in Kansas City or Cincinnati that aren't the big buzzy thing in the White House briefing, but that hopefully helps inform my thinking of, let's make sure we're remembering what everybody out there cares about too, right, just not inside the Beltway. And now we'll go to another student question. Darcy, our familiar introducer.
Hi, I'm back. So I had a more broad question, but as a senior and as someone who's starting her career and everything like that, I've gotten a lot of different opinions and a lot of different pieces of advice about what you should do and what I should be doing with my career, what's the right decision, what's not the right decision. And I was wondering, as people who have access to probably the smartest people in the world and who are working with some of the most successful people, I was wondering how you all sort through like which opinions to listen to, which advice to take. And I think you could go in that any different direction with that question. So.
Who wants to go?
One thing that I'll weigh in with some initial thoughts on that, because I actually get asked that question or like a variation on that quite a bit from college students. Like, what do I do? How do I get going? College is behind me. My education is behind me. Now I got to go up and start my career and start making some money. And I think that reason why I get that is that there's really no right answer for that question anymore. I mean, before, when you were in school, you had very, specific goals that were just had to be met. I mean, you had to graduate from this program, you had a good grade, you had to make certain metrics because that is going to be able to show off for whatever you want to do once that has concluded. So there really is no right answer to that question. And it's probably, it must sound a little trite, but it's about the, pursuit of happiness. So you just got to think about what it's going to do to make you happy, what's going to make you fulfilled. And try your best to set up a plan to do that. I would also add that one thing, also a big thing that would happen from college to professional life that really I think is important is that optics are really important. When you're in school, you have all these teachers who are there, who are paid to help you, to educate you. Now all of a sudden you're in a new world where you are a person who is getting a paycheck and you're expected to produce. And you might think that you can get all your work done and then play on your phone for like an hour and that's okay. No, that's not okay. I mean, when you're in front of your employer, you have to like make it look like you are doing something that's a value to the person who is employing you. So that's a big thing that I would do. And I really can't tell you like what is going to be the right course of action for what you want to do. I would just try to find something that you can do that will keep you, you got to have good finances and also is going to make you something that you'd be able to do every morning and for a long time and not get tired of it.
Yeah, I think what I would say to that question is that could hopefully apply for a broad swath of people, because like Chris said, it is kind of tough advice to give. For people who are graduating, just be open to any sort of possibility, whether it's a location or a type of job or kind of anything in your career, even if it's not something that you may not have envision for yourself or the type of news organization or a location, and just be really flexible to different opportunities. I think my first job out of college, after I graduated from Iowa, actually ended up being at the Star Ledger in Newark, New Jersey. But the job that I was going to take was actually in San Antonio, Texas. I do not know a soul in Texas. I don't know if I know anyone now, but I certainly didn't back then as an Iowa girl. But I just wanted to say yes to different opportunities. And it also just because you are not going to have that flexibility when you're our age, with families and mortgages and other responsibilities. Like if I wanted to just kind of sit up today and say, like, I want to go to Europe to like cover the EU, like I got to plan a little bit more to do that. So just to really take advantage of the flexibility and the freedom that you have when you are at 22, 23 years old to pursue all sorts of different opportunities that may come up, even if it's not what kind of how you mapped out your kind of career path to be.
And there's so many more avenues today than there were when I certainly graduated college. It was so structured. You sent your tape to a TV station and this is how it went. And, the opportunities were so much more limited. Now I feel like the world, you can conquer the world. You can go to a niche organization. You can go to a podcast. You can do anything and everything you want to do, depending on what your interests are. So there's so many opportunities available to new graduates that I would just not think broadly what you want to do, but not so much as to I must do A, B, and C in order to achieve, my goals. Just be open-minded about the opportunities that are out there, even though they may not be mainstream. Some other things that are on the market right now that sound extremely interesting to me, anyways, would be pursuable.
I'll just do a quick answer before we go to our last student question, Michael. But I would also say connecting with a mentor at an early stage in your career, maybe another mentor at a mid-career stage, that's so important, especially in a town like Washington, which is, yes, the most powerful city in the world for some people, but it's a small little village in so many aspects. And you encounter so many of the same people through many levels of your career. And getting to know somebody that can help you navigate that and introduce you to the right people is very important. And my plug for Georgetown, all the Hoyas that are listening to, is, tap into the alumni network of GU Politics and the broader Georgetown alumni network. The school is in Washington. A lot of people come to the school and then stay in Washington, like myself. So find somebody out there that is doing something that you would like to do, talk to them about it, and then see what you can do with that person too. We all like to talk about ourselves and our careers. So reach out to journalists. We're not shy about that. And I think we do have a couple quick seconds left. Michael, if you want to go, sorry to butt in there for a second.
Problem. Thank you so much, and thank you for such a fascinating discussion from our panelists. I'm studying a master's in democracy and governance, and I'm actually an international student from South Africa. So my question is, as an international student from Africa, I'd like to know from the panelists how they have been able to work themselves or with their colleagues to approach catering to the interests of the international community, particularly in the global South. Thank you.
Janet, I saw you nodding your head. Do you want to jump in?
Yeah, sure.
We only have a couple seconds. Sorry.
Yeah, we do this day in and day out as we do broadcast in the US, but we have a huge broadcast in Mexico and in Central America. So we find the characters that would be relatable to those people in our outside of the US communities. You really got to figure out who will be the most representative to the stories of where your readers or your viewers will be, and let them tell the story so that those people that will be watching, in our case, will feel related to what you're telling them. It's not foreign to them.
We'll do a little kind of quick lightning round for the last question, which I don't know if I told you guys this one beforehand, but just last one quickly. Here we are, it's May 5th, 2021, first year of the Biden administration. From the perspective of the White House press corps, what is the one thing you'd like to see change by the last year of the Biden administration, of the White House press corps and what it looks like?
Or press conferences by President Biden.
That's what I was going to say too. I mean, Biden's had one, I think, and we need to see our president more to hold him accountable for transparency. That's like the major thing I can think of.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully this is by this year and not necessarily the last year of the Biden administration, but make sure we get the access back that had been curbed by the pandemic restrictions. But also, and again, like going back to an earlier point, this is a long-term project, but just having more outlets in the briefing room that are represented, hopefully from across the country, and or finding unique ways of making sure questions from all over the country are asked. So I really hope that the White House would keep up with these virtual Skype questions. I think the first question that was asked was someone in Alaska about this issue that I'd literally never heard of before. And I found it so fascinating. And just the more of that, the better.
Yeah, and I think when the COVID restrictions start to become more eased, then there will be more people back in there, and hopefully that increases the diversity of questions and backgrounds and storylines that we're all covering. So Janet, Chris, Youngmin, thank you so much, guys, for doing this. This was fantastic, and thank you everybody who tuned into it. The next panel up is at 4 o'clock with Zeke Miller of the Associated Press, the president of the White House Correspondents Association, and he will be talking to Press Secretary Jen Psaki, who was doing a briefing while we were doing this. So we'll go now all look at our phones and see what we missed, and then she'll get a grilling from Zeke at 4 o'clock. So thank you all for joining us.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Where Do We Go From Here, the final panel as part of today's symposium on the press, the presidency, and trust, sponsored by the Institute of Politics and Public Service, aka GU Politics, and the White House Correspondents Association. My name is Stacey Hartman, and I'm a graduating senior in the School of Foreign Service studying international politics and economics. I'm currently serving as the co-chair of the Student Leadership Council here at GU Politics, and I've been heavily involved with the Institute during my 4 years at Georgetown. It is my honor to introduce today's panel. Zeke Miller is the president of the White House Correspondents Association. He is a White House reporter for the Associated Press, having previously been a White House correspondent for Time and BuzzFeed's first ever White House correspondent. GU Politics is grateful for our partnership with the White House Correspondents Association in making today's symposium possible. Our second guest, Jen Psaki, currently serves as the White House press secretary for the Biden-Harris administration. She previously served in the Obama administration as the White House communications director, spokesperson at the Department of State, and in a variety of other capacities. Arguably, her most important former role is that of a GU Politics fellow in our spring 2017 class. We're delighted to have Ms. Psaki back at GU Politics. This conversation will be moderated by our executive director of GU Politics, Mo Alifi. You can stay engaged with this discussion on social media by tagging @GUPolitics and #GUPoliticsForum. For those that are in the Zoom room today, you can submit questions using our Q&A button at the bottom of your screen. Please be sure to include your name and your affiliation. Mo, over to you.
Stacey, thanks so much for the great introduction. And thank you so much for all of your student leadership throughout your time at Georgetown here at GU Politics. We are certainly going to miss you after you graduate, but are excited to see what you do next. And I wouldn't be surprised if we don't have you back as a guest on one of these panels in the not too distant future. So thank you. And thank everyone for joining us today in the third and final panel of our symposium co-hosted by the White House Correspondents Association. I want to give a special welcome to the 2021 White House Correspondents Association scholarship winners, many of whom are with us today. They were announced last week and joining us from across the country. Since the association started helping journalism students in 1991, it's awarded more than $1.5 million in scholarships, which is pretty tremendous. You can find more information about the scholarship and this year's recipients online at whca.press. We've had a day full of interesting conversations. The first one talking about sort of where we are, how we got to the point we're at when it comes to the press and the White House and trust, featuring former White House press secretaries and correspondents. We had a fascinating conversation midday about the importance of who the storytellers are and the importance of diversity in the briefing room. And now we've got this fascinating conversation between the White House press secretary and the head of the White House Correspondents Association. And I'm very much looking forward to hearing what they both have to say. I want to start, we're going to kind of think about today's discussion in three categories. First, what are their roles? What's the role of the Correspondents Association? What's the role of the press secretary? The role of the press in the democratic system. Second major bucket is, since we're focusing on trust in the institutions of government and the press. And then finally, looking at trust between those institutions, between the press and government. And so I want to start with Zeke and ask you, you're as president of the White House Correspondents Association. Most people know it because of the dinner that it held pre-pandemic every year, which sometimes was a newsworthy event in and of itself. But the association does much more than put on a dinner. Tell us a little bit about the role of the association.
Well, first, Mo, thank you for your partnership in this event. This has been a fantastic day, and thank you, Stacey, for that introduction as well. We're probably best known for the dinner, but it makes up 5% of what we do as an association. The rest of it is working on mentoring the next generation of journalists. So welcome to all of our WHA scholars here right now. That's another facet of what we do. But the primary day in and day out role of the WHCA, of the Correspondents Association, of myself as president, is sort of facilitating the public's access to the president and the presidency through working journalists who are at the White House day in and day out. That's logistics. It's, it's the stuff that you don't see on television. It's, what time, how are journalists going to get from site A to site B to cover a foreign trip, something overseas. And then, over the last year, a lot of it has been COVID restrictions, becoming amateur contact tracers ourselves. How do we keep our workforce safe, our colleagues safe, while also ensuring that the critical work of covering the presidency at really one of the most important times to keep the public informed can continue uninterrupted. That's been really my primary mission since I took over this job in July.
Jen, I want to ask you a similar question. People see the White House press secretary at the podium, but the job is bigger than that. So I'm wondering if you could just take a couple moments and tell us, what is the job of a White House press secretary?
Well, Mo, thank you again. It's great to be back with the geopolitics family, I loved my fellowship, and great to be here with all of you today. I will say, you touched on the fact that the briefing is how people see the White House press secretary historically and day in and day out. That's just a sliver of what the job is. And what the job is really focused on is communicating the policies and also the viewpoints of the administration, but also of the President of the United States. And that takes many forms. The briefing is one of them. It's quite efficient. And also it's an important message of transparency to the public. That's why we return to doing it 5 days a week and are consistent about that in this administration. But also the job of the press secretary is to do things like sit in policy meetings, give feedback, obviously prep the President of the United States for interviews, for press conferences, for some meetings, and engage in that. And also to do things that, like that Zeke referenced. We're in a moment where we are engaging in a very different way with the public because there are limited numbers of people who can come into the White House. So it's working in partnership with the White House Correspondents Association to figure out, okay, if we don't have a full briefing room, how do we figure out how to get more people in? And how do we figure out how to get our information out to the public? I mean, that's on us, but we work in partnership to also deal with different challenging circumstances like COVID is for us with the Correspondents Association and the media as well.
I think a lot of the audience knows that in my previous life, I worked in political communications, never at the White House, but I was, a spokesman for a national party. I was a spokesman for presidential candidates. And one of the things that I often found a needle I had to thread was when was I being an advocate for my boss? When was I being an advocate for the press? What happens when those two things come into conflict? Jen, can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. I will say first that, your primary job as the White House press secretary is to work on behalf of the president and the administration to provide information to the American public. And that means working in a transparent and a way with the press, because that's also the goal of the press corps, right? Is to provide accurate, up-to-date information to the American public. But there is a push and pull, which you referenced, Mel, and I think any of us, you, myself, others who've worked in national politics and worked for campaigns and for the national party recognize, is that it's the job of the press, which he can speak to, of course, better than I can, to push, right? To get access to the president every day, to ask questions every single day. It is my job, or the job of the White House and the press secretary, to decide when that is in the president's interests and when sometimes it's in the national interests, right? Because we should put the president out because it's time for him to talk about an issue, because it's time for him to present what our positions are on a particular issue. But there's a push and pull, right? Because there's an alignment about objectives, and in more ways than I think people recognize, right? There also are going to be disagreements because by necessity, the press wants to have access as much as they can, as frequently as they can. And from my vantage point, or for the government, that's not always in our interests because there isn't more to say. There's not more information to provide from the President of the United States. So there's a bit of a push and pull, I would say, and kind of a constant evaluation about how to kind of meet that bar. The other thing I will say that is more about the moment we live in is that, I remember when I started in the Obama administration, there was this expectation that we were going to do a rotation of the networks for interviews, right? And that they deserved an interview, right? No, people deserve accurate information. They deserve responsiveness. They deserve honesty. But, our job is to get information out to the public. The media is a means of doing that. It's not the only means of doing that. And I think that has been more of a battle over the last 10 years or so. Uh-oh, I just lost sound.
No, that was me. Sorry.
Okay.
You'd think that a year or so into the pandemic, I'd remember to unclick mute. That actually is a great springboard to a number of questions that I had for each of you. So I'm going to try to build on it a bit. You both first started working in the White House during the Obama era, right? Zeke covering the Obama administration, Jen working in the Obama administration. I mean, look, when I first started working in politics, I didn't have gray hair. And the changes that we have seen during that period of time in the media ecosystem, in the media landscape, and the way people communicate is remarkable. But I'm curious, and Zeke, I'll start with you, just since the Obama administration, right? Just in a few short years, what changes have you seen in the media landscape that have made your current job easier, and which ones have made your current job more challenging or just different? Let's start with Zeke and then go to Jen.
I think, the biggest thing has been sort of the embrace by everyone in Washington, everybody in politics, and everyone around the world really of social media as a primary means of disseminating information. It just means that I think we heard in one of the earlier panels, there's no such thing as I think it was Robert Gibbs saying there's no such thing as a news cycle anymore. That's outdated. There's sort of the news of the moment, and then there's the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. That is absolutely true. We've seen this acceleration of storylines of the way information is shared. As a journalist, that is both great because there's always something new to write. We're always looking to find a new way to put a new top on a story, make it seem fresh for readers. Our goal at the end of the day is to keep people informed, to keep them engaged with stories. And sometimes that means, a story today needs to look a little bit different than it did yesterday, even if there's not really necessarily a huge leap forward. But, we want the American public or people around the world to know what's going on. We need to keep them engaged. So the newness, that feed is that steady stream of stuff that is new is good for news. At the same time, it's not necessarily great for our quality of life. Whether it be 2 a.m. tweets or just a day packed full of briefings that you don't have time to run out for lunch. That it's we're not asking for sympathy here, but that is certainly the biggest challenge. And sort of it also does make it at times. I think we heard one of the other panels as well. It's a little bit harder to step back and think thoughtfully and critically about what you're going to write and how to frame it the best way, and what is the most important thing that people need to know right now. But I think that's something we struggle with. But I think at the end of the day, by and large, we do ultimately get it right. Even though, I think it's also just important to remember remember part of all this when we talk about the press briefing and White House journalism in general. The briefing is just one part of White House journalism's day. It's 45 minutes, an hour 15 tops, really, of a 10, 12 hour day. That's not the final work product. We've got a lot of time after that to frame stories and write them and package them up in a way for audiences in the U.S. and around the world that makes them relevant to them. And so I think there is a bit of time there, but certainly the changing media landscape is something you certainly can't ignore.
Yeah, there's also what people don't see is a lot of the communication that happens between reporters and the White House staff is not in the briefing, right? It is sometimes you're explaining the context of a decision or the thinking behind something or providing more information that just the briefing room is not necessarily the format for, right? Because it requires nuance, it requires more time, it requires just like a different means of talking about an issue that the briefing room isn't always the format for. So that's just another thing people don't see. Although I will say, I think the briefing, what people don't see about the briefing from my vantage point is that it does a couple of things. One, you get an influx of a lot of the same questions, not all the same, but about news of the day. It's quite efficient in that way because you can address a lot of the news of the day questions. It also is a forcing mechanism in the building for making decisions. We have to say something about X. AP is going to ask about why. And that sometimes that's a good for the muscle of a White House too.
You know, Jen, I think there's a sort of observers of politics oftentimes like to compare, right? Compare previous, the sitting White House press secretary to their predecessors, or how the current administration approaches it compared to the previous administration. And I would just assume that there's a lot of factors that go into that, right? The strengths and weaknesses of your particular boss, right? What are they good at? What do they enjoy doing? What are they comfortable with? The times that you're living in. A lot of different factors. And so I'm wondering, you were there when you turned off, when they turned off the lights in the Obama administration, but then you were there to turn on the lights in the Biden administration. You're coming in with a whole new boss.
Yeah.
How did you sort of take all of that, synthesize all of those data points to come up with how you were going to approach your job?
First, I talked to a lot of my predecessors. I mean, I talked to I would say almost all of the Clinton press secretaries, the Obama ones, Dana Perino. I talked to a lot of my predecessors and just asked them, what they didn't know they wish they knew, right? And looking back, what are some of the things they would have done differently? A lot of them had similar advice. It wasn't like a group chat. So I had in one-on-one conversations that, it's a reminder, although that would be fun. Maybe we'll do that post-COVID, but is that you're talking to the American people. You're not, sometimes it feels good to win an argument in the room, but that's not always attractive on television or how it plays out when people are reading that exchange, right? It's not always in the interest, I should say, of the administration, that you have to remember who you're talking to. It sounds like pretty obvious advice, but a lot of people said that to me because look, you're tired. Sometimes you get a little heated and you kind of have to remember who you're talking to. And then the other thing, which is again, seems obvious, but I thought it was really good advice that stuck to me, is the best days are the days where you have something to say, right? I mean, there are days where you don't go out there with a lot of new information just because you're doing it every day. And sometimes there's not massive developments from one day to the next. But the best days are when you go out there and you have something to add, something new to add to the story, a new detail, new specifics. That's also to the advantage of the press corps, right? So that there's some takeaway, something they're getting from the briefing. And it's not just a back and forth about whether we're bipartisan or not, So that's the other, I talked to a lot of my predecessors, but I will say, a conversation I had with then the president-elect also really stuck with me most centrally, which was just about this moment of time where we were living in or we were coming into, because, following the Trump administration and just what the briefing was in that period of time. And just a lot of people's nerve endings were pretty frayed. I'm a Democrat, right? But I'm just being, a little diplomatic about it. The president's take was, we got to be really focused on the tone, right? The tone which we're speaking from that briefing room from, right? You can have disagreements. He has moments where he disagrees with the line of questioning or frame of questioning, of course, but the tone is a part of the message we're sending to the country, to the world. We value the press. We value the role of the press. We value the importance of sharing information. Doesn't mean every day you meet that bar, but the tone was a big part of what we talked about and what role that could play in trying to rebuild trust.
Another element of sort of the times we're in, right? Look, Zeke, I've always thought that one of the main roles of the press is to help connect us, right? Connect us to what's happening in Washington, connecting us to stories around the country. And never has that been more important than the past year plus, right? When we all feel so isolated and disconnected. But your access as a reporter had to radically change, right? Across two administrations because of public health measures and protocols. Talk a little bit about how you and your colleagues in the White House press corps tried to cover government's response to this pandemic when you had limited access to people, at least in a traditional way.
Sure. I go back to, there was this one press briefing that President Trump did with a bunch of the health experts, Dr. Fauci and some others in the Brady press room, which has 49 seats plus untold number of people standing in the aisles. And it's this room of, it got to be north of 100 people at the very beginning of the pandemic. And looking back on that photo right now, I think like we were nuts to see what just what a couple of weeks later we would have recognized was behavior that was, really, really risky. And that's hopefully what we'll get back to. But sort of in where we are right now, I mean, we are down to 14 people seated in the briefing room on any given day. It's our hope to get that up to about 50% or so sometime in the next few weeks. Now that so many of our press corps is getting vaccinated, but it's harder and harder to do the job when you're not there. It was in a way a little bit easier in the sense that a lot of the people we were talking to at the White House, this White House, the previous White House, were also not physically in the building at times. They were working from home, but there's not being able to walk up to the press office, knock on the press secretary's door, whoever that press secretary is, and say, what are you thinking? What's going on today? What's going on tomorrow? How should we think about this story? I'm working on this story, and or this other thing, and what's your take on this, or what's your response? That's that's a value loss for journalists and for the public at large. I mean, that said, we rely on what's the White House pool, which is this institution, sort of a representative cross section of all the different media formats that's there day in and day out. It includes a foreign reporter from the foreign press at the White House, recognizing that this is a global pandemic, to sort of try to get at that cross section of sort of the global press population as well. And so we're able to share information that way, but it's a challenge. It's something we've been struggling with for a year. At the end of the day, we have to keep people safe. And the worst thing for us would have been having dozens and dozens of journalists in the White House on a given day. One person got sick, forcing half of the Washington press corps to have to quarantine, and then nobody would be there to cover the president of the United States. That was an unacceptable solution to us. Particularly given these times, when people were isolated, they needed to get accurate, timely information about what their government was doing on their behalf, what they needed to know, how to keep themselves safe, how to keep their families safe. And then also press there to sort of, hold the administration's feet to the fire, or engage, test out their theories and ask questions, about policies and policy decisions on their behalf, so they knew what to do. And so we had to balance, how to keep people safe and how to keep that work going. And it's been a struggle, but I think we've been able to do it about as well as we possibly could have over the last 15, 16 months.
I want to try to get to a bunch more topics, but also want to turn to students relatively soon. So let me move on to a couple of the big trust questions that I have for you. And Zeke, I'm going to stay with you for a little bit, because the press, right, has, like almost every other major institution in the United States, is facing a trust deficit. Ari Fleischer talked about that a bit in this morning's panel, about how the majority of the country does not trust mass media, and that it's very polarized in many ways, that a vast majority, overwhelming majority of Democrats trust the press, but independents do not, Republicans certainly do not. And that when you ask the question, does the press understand people like me? Only one segment of the population says yes, and that's college educated Democrats. So my question for you is, why? Why do you think the press faces this trust deficit? And what lessons coming off of the last few years, when it, I think, really came to a head, do you think about in trying to turn that corner?
I think there are a multitude of reasons why. Some of it is our own, some of it is politics. I think it's one of those instances where, a lot of ways, the press is downstream of the political discourse of the media industrial revolution we're living through right now, and some of those changes, and so it's reflective of this new reality that in which we're in. It's something that I personally give a lot of thought to and care a lot about, because I work for the Associated Press. We heard from Julie Pace a little earlier too, my boss. Full disclosure, but we write for everyone, and I want to make sure that my copy, my stories, are accessible to anyone on the ideological spectrum, or whatever spectrum you want to use. That it is it's factual, but there are no sort of barriers for entry, and that's that. And I think more, and that's a challenge at times when there are people who broadly may not accept, don't want to necessarily accept certain facts for various reasons, and that's fine. That is their right, but that is a discussion that I think takes it maybe more broadly out of the media, the press, quote unquote. It's not our issue necessarily to fix alone. It is one that we as a society have to deal with. How do we get back to a shared set of common facts and a shared set of common discourse? We can all have a conversation. There are people who may disagree and have ideological disagreements without being disagreeable. It may seem quaint and is quaint to a certain extent, but I think that's the goal. If there were easy answers to any of these questions, we would have solved them by now. But I think it's one that I think just being mindful of the problem and recognizing the burden that we had to sort of maybe earn the trust of the people reading our stories and viewing our stories, and sort of keeping that sort of front of mind every time we're writing, every time we're reporting. It won't solve the problem overnight, but maybe it'll make it just a little bit better, and over time that can have a real effect.
Jen, that briefing room is very diverse, and that's good in many, many ways. But I think it's also, and the media ecosystem itself is so fragmented now, right? And long gone are the days where there were three big networks, and the AP, and that's who you had to communicate to, and then the debate started there, right? Like, it is a very polarized press ecosystem now. How do you navigate that in trying to communicate to the American people?
First, you're absolutely right. And what is hard, I think, for people to disseminate when they're at home is it's not like the members of the press corps have labels on them, right? Or that would even mean anything to the public necessarily, right? But because we have a smaller group of people in the briefing room, which truthfully is hard for us too, right? We'd love to have a much bigger group and have people flowing in and out of the building, and we really want to get to that point. But it means that kind of every day in the briefing, there's one or two questions that are often good and interesting, but sometimes, not every day, they are from a particular point of view, right? Either it's from a particular advocacy type of point of view. There's one person who comes, every time this person comes, I know he's going to ask me a question related to abortion. Is that because it's an issue in the news that day? No, it's because that's the issue he's always going to ask about because of his outlet. That. What's confusing about that, I think, as consumers is like, why is this question being asked today? But it's not just about the media. I think it's also about social media and how things are disseminated, right? Because what happens is a question is asked, and then it becomes either you're rooting for the administration or you're rooting against the administration, right? And the same comment and the same exchange is frayed in whatever direction or political sway you may have. That is a big difference, right? From 10 years ago, 12 years ago, from how information used to flow. And it's a challenge. What we've made a decision to do is that, we're going to treat everybody in the briefing room and members of the media on our best days. Doesn't mean you don't have heated exchanges. That's part of the back and forth. That's democracy working. We're going to take their questions and we're going to provide information and we're going to have a back and forth as warranted, right? And that having a war or a battle with a media organization is not in our interests. It's not in the interest of the American public. And frankly, it distracts from what we're trying to communicate about. That's a decision we've made. It doesn't mean everybody agrees with that. As you know, Mo, there are people in the Democratic Party who think we should be much harder on Fox or the Fox correspondents or what have you. That's just not the president's approach. So therefore, it's not my approach. And it's just the country needs something different from that in this moment in time, I think, is our evaluation.
I was going to get to social media a little bit later, but since you just brought it up, social media and technology have also changed, not just how we consume and process information as voters, but how you communicate as well. The Obama administration was really the first Twitter presidency. I remember Robert Gibbs announcing the daily schedule via Twitter. and thinking, whoa, this is so wild. And then, of course, your predecessor, the Trump administration, sort of took Twitter. It was like Twitter on steroids, right? With how they used it. But it's allowed a White House to go around the press at times to communicate more directly. Technology has allowed White Houses to communicate more directly. To your point earlier, that the media is a tool to communicate. You now have a bigger toolbox. And so I'm wondering, from your perspective, your thoughts on the role of technology, and then Zeke, from yours as well, and some of the challenges it's presenting to the press that are trying to cover the White House.
This is like, we could spend 2 hours on this topic,
Yeah,
which I know
right.
but I will say a couple observations. One is, it's often presented as we are going around the media versus the media. That is actually not our intention. Our intention is to reach the American public and to reach them with information about our policies and what we're doing. We also think it's vitally important to work through the media, answer questions, work through tough stories, deal with difficult questions, or pitch stories that are about topics or things we're doing. But I think part of it is a recognition that dates back before this administration, but is that everybody doesn't watch the evening news. Millions of people do, right? So that's still valuable. And I'm a believer that television is still a huge driver of information. But we gotta, if we're looking at COVID and how we're trying to get out to communities and reach people who are more hesitant, but also just need information or don't know how to get access, we can't just do everything through daily newspapers, because that's assuming everybody reads them, and that's inaccurate. And our role as the government is to make sure we're disseminating information out to a broad swath of the public. I will say that the president's view on Twitter, obviously it's an understatement to say it differs from the last president, but is one, we don't think here Twitter is real life necessarily. It doesn't represent every person in the public. We know that through data. But we also know, or I should say this is more my view than his view, because I don't think he's dug deep into this rabbit hole at this moment, but that it is also a means of information traveling that's media information. The big audience of the Twitter for us is the media, right? You're actually speaking to the media through Twitter. You're not trying to go around them, because a lot of reporters are on Twitter and information is debated and disseminated on Twitter. So when, in the way of and Zeke was talking about how the media news cycle has changed and how exhausting it is for them, which I get, and I'm on the other end of it. But it's also true that, I have 2 little kids. I don't wake up in the morning and spread out print newspapers on my dining room table and analyze them. I wish I could, that's the dream, but I have 2 preschoolers, so it's not the reality. But I do look at what's on Twitter, what's popping, what are people speaking to. I do. You don't want to admit that, but that is still a driver of a lot of the conversations. And that's kind of a big change in development, and certainly impacts how we think about what the biggest stories of the day might be.
See, just to pick up, 2 different but somewhat related points there. One is sort of, yes, social media has, given any administration more tools to communicate, but by and large, where most people have an informed opinion about, they like Donald Trump or they dislike Donald Trump, that they like, Joe Biden, they dislike Joe Biden. They probably got those set of facts somewhere through, a media filter, that they probably weren't on Twitter. They probably got it, from the news coverage of that social media message. And I think that's whether be it. And so I think, it is true that, there are the White House has more ways to engage with the public, but a lot of it ends up still going through the press. And I think the other part of this, and I want to, we talked about this a little bit when we talked about the briefing as well, but the importance of seeing of having a press corps there that in that format, sort of holding an administration account that for 45 minutes, an hour a day, the president's designated representative has to come to the briefing room, which is sort of, it kind of is the press's footprint, the real estate within the White House complex on government property there, and take questions and not friendly ones and always, and we can be adversarial without being adversaries, and there doesn't need to be raising of voices, but that is a potent symbol of the health and strength of our democracy, for the rest of the world. It's not always about necessarily, does that generate a bit of information? Is the answer is that quote from Jen going to be in a story that we write necessarily? Is that, that's not the point. There is also this higher purpose to these engagements. It's not just true of this administration, but true of others previously. It's a symbol around the world. And it's also an opportunity at times to sort of hold an administration's feet to the fire, on behalf of their supporters and on behalf of the people who didn't vote for that president, depending on the day, depending on the person asking the question, depending on the story. And I think that's the other piece of this.
Yeah, that's such an important point. And I totally agree with that. And that's why we do the briefings. And one of the reasons why we did, it sounds weird for me to say that's why we do the briefings, but it's one of the reasons. You're sending a message to the world that we are going to project, we're going to have this back and forth with the press corps. We're going to be pushed. We're going to be asked tough questions. We're going to, provide information 5 days a week. And the State Department is going to do it 5 days a week. And the Department of Defense is going to do it a couple days a week. And I remember one of Zeke's colleagues, Matt Lee, who is like a notorious State Department reporter, who is very tough historically, and I say this with a bit of respect, on the press, the spokespeople of the State Department. And when I was there, the Russians loved him because they felt like he was really hard on us. And so he was kind of a folk hero there. And he said to me, the thing is that we have these back and forths several times a week. They don't do that. That is like a US value, right? That is what we are projecting to the country and the world, which is why one of the reasons it's so important to keep these briefings going around the government, no matter who's in office.
So it sounds to me one of the debates over the past couple of years has been, are these briefings really worth it? Are they outdated? It sounds to me like you'd say they aren't outdated, that they are worth it.
I think especially in this moment, it's vital that the United States send the message to the world that we are a country that is going to have this healthy back and forth with a free press, and that we do that in the White House, that we do that in the State Department, that we do that in the Defense Department. And I also think, I didn't touch on this earlier, it's important also, it pushes the internal processes and the muscles in the White House and in the State Department and in the Department of Defense to kind of finalize decisions and what we're going to say about things, because there's the pressure from it coming up in the briefings. And that's hugely, hugely important because you get decisions made. But, there's always questions about what can be modernized. Sean Spicer did this a little bit, and we've started to do versions of bringing in regional reporters. Even when COVID is over, or when we're through, when we have moved to a new stage of the pandemic and we have a full briefing room, people who don't live in Washington aren't in the White House, covering the White House, right? That is missing a perspective. So there is a need to continue to think about how to modernize it or add on to it or do addendums to it. That's incumbent upon every person who's going to have this job in the future. But I still think, the utility is it sends a vital message to the world. And also it's hugely effective internally on getting answers.
I have so many places I would want to jump off from there, but I want to get to at least one or two different issues before we go to students. So maybe I'll come back to this. Jen, you talked about your time at the State Department for a little bit. There's a huge, group of students at Georgetown who care about foreign policy and national security. And I'd love to hear from each of you. There has been, every administration has bumped into the tension between national security and the public's right to know. And a lot of times there's behind the scenes discussions between your predecessors and national editors about a story someone may be working on, et cetera, et cetera. I'm wondering, and I'd love to start with you, Jen, sort of how do you navigate that when there's a potential national security issue? How do you weigh that against the public's right to know, and how do you deal with the press on that?
It's really important for any administration to hold themselves to a very high standard, and in that sense. you referenced, which is absolutely true historically, right? There are moments when very good reporters, reported on potential assets overseas or operations, right, happening overseas, national security operations. And there are times historically where you get the CIA director on the phone with an editor and explain people's lives are at risk or somebody's lives are at risk. And that is a discussion and a debate Dee can speak to more than I can about what that looks like in the media side. But it's also important from our end, you're always irritated when there are leaks, right? Because it's not on your own timeline. Oh, no, you know this super well too, whether it's personnel or a component of a policy plan. But there's a difference between a component of the American Families Plan being out early and us being irritated about that, and a national security operation overseas being exposed, right? And it really is not a bit of a boy who cried wolf scenario, right? It is not the fault of the reporter who gets information that they got information and it's ahead of our timeline. That is typically not their fault. Somebody gave them that information. It was in the know. But there are times when you have to use that chip because it is, or have that discussion, and you want the credibility to be able to have it and know that you are not the girl crying wolf.
Zeke, what about on your end? When a White House comes to you and says, "This, you guys have a story, and it's going to put American lives at risk," how do you discuss that with your team?
A lot of those conversations happen candidly, well above my pay grade at the level of Julie. At the level of Julie Pace, who you all heard from before. But I think some of the ways we think through it is, nobody's trying to, it's a balancing act between, the public's right to know this information is, if this conversation is happening, it's information that the public, that would certainly interest the public and probably is important enough that they know about. And then on the other side, what are the potential, harms of that information coming out? I think just one bit there, I just want to touch on that Jen mentioned is sort of, it's not the fault of the reporter for getting that information. It's also important to recognize, the role that governments historically have, the U.S. government at times has had in investigating or cracking down on journalists, who have published, significant leaks of classified information. It's the role of journalists to try to get this information out there. It's to sort of develop sources within the government, within other governments, to keep the public informed, and then once they have that information, to use that information in a way that's responsible, and that means weighing all the attendant consequences. But obviously, we're a First Amendment organization. It's not the role of the government to crack down on journalists for doing their jobs.
We're going to go to student questions in a moment. And again, I have such a long list, but I want to ask one more before we do. And I will go to Zeke first on this one. Another debate over the past couple of years in the way the press covered the White House is the reliance on anonymous sourcing and background conversations. I'm curious your thoughts on when that is actually appropriate. And I know the AP has sort of a different standard than a lot of your colleagues, but thinking about your colleagues in the briefing room, when is that appropriate? Is that appropriate? Should everyone do what the AP does and insist that, if you want to tell me something, you got to put your name on it?
It's a challenge that every reporter deals with, day in and day out, particularly on the White House beat, where, at times the White House will say something because it's not in their interest to have somebody other than the principal, with a quote next to their name. And we get it. That's their job. Our job is to, try to get an on the record quote in that story to inform the public. And so, at the AP, we pretty much never run a quote without, on background. We strive for the on the record quotes. That's sort of the standard we set, but that's, every news organization has their own, practices, and that's also good separately, for the Correspondents Association, we don't police the editorial content or the editorial policies of our members. And I think it's important because, it's a marketplace of ideas and just competition between these outlets. And that's healthy for democracy writ large. I will say, one of the lessons of the last administration, in part, particularly some of those very early days, was how, that the cloak of anonymity could be used to sort of, in ways that were, to misdirect or to carry out personal or internal policy agendas or personal agendas. And we saw some of that play out probably in the first 5 or 6 months of the Trump administration in ways that probably did a disservice to readers. And I think that over the course of the last administration, you saw a far more judicious use of some of that from reporters, and certainly a lot more care in terms of, I'm thinking back to the very early days of the Trump administration when there were sort of the three warring factions within that. That's been very well documented, and you get one or the other would leak about the third, and you sort of had to check everyone's motives involved, because it was not necessarily that they were giving you something that was truthful. It was they were trying to. There's an ulterior motive there, and I think that's sort of the one extreme. The other is on background, the president's going to go visit, such and such place tomorrow. It's factual information. It's publicly verifiable. Does it really need to be on background? No, but this way around saying the White House said it happened. So I think it's a spectrum. It's something we as journalists, struggle with, daily. We want the information for our readers, but we also, sometimes we can't always get it under the attribution terms we'd like.
Yeah.
Jen, what about from your perspective? Yeah.
Well, sometimes I will say, just to make this like a little less like cloak and daggery, that a lot of times what happens is that we want the person who's the expert on semiconductor chip production to talk to the AP, right? And sometimes we have to go to that person and say, hey, you can do it on background. And they'll say, okay, I just wouldn't be comfortable otherwise, because I've literally never spoken to a reporter before. That's not every time, but that happens more often than you think. And one of the things we're really focused on, is important to the president, is to get more policy people engaged in communicating and explaining things to the press. And the press, Zeke aside, are intimidating. If it's not what you do on a daily basis, and people don't want to mess up and they don't want to say anything that hurts the president or makes them look bad. So not every time, but sometimes that's it. But I also would say that, to Zeke's point, different media organizations have different approaches, and this works both ways. So there are also media organizations out there who will remain nameless, but who will come to us and say, we have 3 sources on background saying there's disarray among the senior staff on X issue, or that there's disagreement. And it's background sources, not on the record sources, or sources close to the Biden administration are telling us, right? And then we have to respond to these background sources. So that also happens, which, believe me, we'd love to put an end to that as well.
Okay, let's start getting to the good questions now and bring students into the conversation. When I call your name, you will be on screen. Tell us who you are, your affiliation, and then ask your question. So let's start with Julia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Julia.
We gotcha.
Hi, my name is Julia Bimbrook, and I am a master's student at Northwestern University and one of the scholarship recipients. Thank you guys so much for your time. Jen, my question is for you, and you touched on it a little bit throughout, but I'm curious what a regular day looks like for you, if that's even a thing in this role, and then also how you prepare before going into a briefing when you have to cover so many different topics.
Sure. Well, first, congratulations on being a scholarship awardee. That's awesome. Congratulations. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Great. Sorry, I'm having technical issues too. Zeke needs to write a story about we need more funding for technology in here. That's a separate thing. I will say a typical day for me, I have 2 little kids, 2 preschoolers. So I wake up around in the 5s, I like to say. And oftentimes what my kids have discovered, I didn't predict this necessarily, is that that's the time where we're going to have a lot of quality time together. So most days start with me. This morning I read Pinocchio with my daughter. I also returned a call from somebody from our COVID team. We walked the dog. I took a shower. She tried on some dresses. That's often how, in my closet, that's often how things kick off. But what people don't often see is that I have this amazing team of people who work with me, who are part of the press team. It's smaller than people think. It's only about 10 people. But this group of people, are incredible. I mean, they have these big beats of issues like COVID or climate or immigration, and they are deeply embedded with the policy experts, getting answers to the questions that Zeke or ABC or Fox or whomever is going to ask on a daily basis, not because we know the questions, but because we have a sense of what's in the news that day. So they're kind of the heart and soul of the press team. And we spend about an hour prepping questions, going through the policy questions, figuring out what's in the news, what people care about. Maybe it's a follow-up from the day before. Sometimes I call up, this is one of the best things about working here, you call up Jake Sullivan or Susan Rice or Jeff Zients and get direct information from them. So it's always a little frenetic, but that's, typically what the morning looks like.
Okay, Julia, thanks so much for the question. All right, next up, let's bring in Alex. Alex, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. My name is Alexander Bowman, and I am a junior in the class of 2022, double majoring in English and art. And I'm not representing them here, but I'm also the political cartoonist for the Lincoln Project. I have two questions, and Zach graciously told me I'm allowed to ask both. First, how do you think we should address the increasing divide among Americans and where they get their news? And second, a question a little bit more personal to me. How do you think a young person who's hoping to be civically active, empathetic, ideally funny, and productive in helping bridge the divide on social media, especially Twitter, should go about civic discourse and satire?
Nick, you want to kick that one off?
Yeah, I can kick that first one. I think, read more news and read different news. And that's my advice to everyone in every different context is, turn on if you are someone who has a particular political persuasion, watch, a cable television network that has the opposite one just to see what they're talking about. Read, not just your hometown newspaper, but national newspapers, international newspapers, local newspapers in different parts of the country that may be, dissimilar to your own. And, I think, the more, we all do that here in the Beltway, the better we will understand the rest of the country and the rest of the world. And that will show up in our news coverage and explain, being able to explain issues for them. But then also hopefully that will rub off on them too. They'll read some of them as well. Maybe I'm a bit of an idealist there, but that's my hope. When it comes to fixing social media, that's a tough one. And I'm going to turn it over to Jen for that one if she has any grand ideas.
Well, I agree with Zeke completely on that. I mean, one on reading all different kinds of news and not just reading things you agree with. Read all different perspectives, read long form, short form, etc. I would say that one of the things, and maybe I'm an idealist too, and a bit of an optimist, like maybe Zeke and I are similar in that way, but we don't need to underestimate the intelligence of the American people, right? Or your friends or colleagues. I mean, first of all, I go to Georgetown, so everybody you live and work with is really smart, off the charts smart. But and as you think about how you're going to be a part of participating in civic discourse, don't dumb it down. I mean, what are you interested in? What are you passionate about? Become educated on that issue. And maybe your role is to play a role in educating your friends and peers. That's the most valuable voice, by the way, is people's friends and peers. That's why actually some of these social media things are so effective, but you can be a force for good by contributing to the dialogue. You don't have to debate people, but you can provide context. You can provide more information. You read something about the climate crisis in a book. Here's a statistic that's not out there. Here's what my friend experienced. And, I think sometimes that's undervalued. And I'm a believer that policy is cool and fun and hip, and maybe we're all nerds here, but don't underestimate. You don't have to change your interest in that stuff or become like a pithy weather girl just to be on social media. Just be you and be intelligent about the things you want to talk about.
I wrote all that down. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Alex. All right, let's go to Charlie.
Hi, thank you so much to both of you for doing this. My name is Charlie. I'm a freshman in Georgetown School of Foreign Service. So I'm very interested in foreign policy and particularly the president's goal of restoring America's image abroad and rebuilding some of our relationships with our allies. So I'm interested to hear what either or both of you think is the role of the press secretary as kind of the face of the White House and America's press in general in achieving or affecting this goal, especially as other countries may be wary of U.S. policy stances changing with each new administration, or are at times polarized media like taking different stances on these issues?
Sure. Well, I'll start it. And Zeke has covered a lot of foreign trips and foreign policy too. So I'm sure we'll have lots of insightful thoughts here. I would say, look, even just doing the daily briefing and having that healthy exchange back and forth is sending a message that that's part of our value, that back and forth is part of democracy and something we value here. It's not going to change overnight, right? We've been here 107 days or something like that. And we know that. So, my role that I can play is doing the briefing and projecting that one of our values is the freedom of press and that healthy exchange, and also to providing some context about what the historic nature of these relationships are. There is a desire often, I'm not saying it's by the media, I just say in general, for it to be kind of a black and white issue. Like take our relationship with Russia, right? Our relationship with Russia is not zero sum. We don't see it that way, right? That is more nuanced to explain. We're going to work with them on areas where we agree, New START, non-proliferation, and we're going to voice our views when we don't. And we want a stable relationship. Diplomacy is much more, and national security is much more complex and multi-layered, right? It's not a game of politics. There's politics in countries, but so I would say those are two of the roles I can play, right? Is projecting that freedom of press is a value, pushing for press access when we go on trips, pushing for media access and press conferences when we go on trips, which Zeke can tell you is sometimes an issue depending on the country you're in, but also resetting what it looks like to have a national security process, how decision-making is made, and giving more context on the relationships and how the president sees them.
I'll just touch on that briefly, since we're about a month out from President Biden's first foreign trip. This is, there is no foreign leader that travels the world quite like the American president does. Whichever American president it is, there are 13 members of the press on Air Force One. There are going to be dozens of press following on a charter plane, usually particularly on a bigger trip. Press secretaries of both parties working for different presidents have physically put themselves between a foreign press minder who's trying to keep the press out and the American press trying to get in to cover that moment, because they recognize the power that sends to the rest of the world. And I think that's one of those where what we're coming at, where our objectives are maybe slightly different than the White House in that moment. We're not there trying to sort of spread American values abroad. We're trying to gather information about the president, but the very presence of the American press doing their jobs independently of the government does send a symbol around the world, and and it holds, and it really, for other countries other world leaders that don't engage in questions from an adversarial press. I mean, it stands in stark relief, and I think that's one of the things that's in our control that we can do is keep doing our jobs in that format.
Charlie, thanks for the question. So we are just about out of time. So I want to close with one last question to each of you. I guarantee you there are some people in this Zoom room who are hoping to one day be the White House press secretary or to be a White House correspondent covering presidency. So I'm going to do the obligatory, give them advice question, but with a twist. Zeke, I'd like you to give advice to the future press secretary. And Jen, I'd like you to give advice to the future White House correspondent.
That's fun, though. I like that. I will say, the most important thing for anybody in my mind who works in a press secretary role in Washington, the press role in Washington, is the ability to sort of compartmentalize, the ability to deal with reporters on a story they dislike, they'd be really angry at a reporter in one moment and then be able to work with them constructively the next, and sort of separate, their personal feelings in the moment and their ability to do their jobs professionally. I think that's one. The other would be, your word is your bond, and particularly when your role that you want to have is to sort of be the spokesperson for any person in position of power. Your credibility is everything, and if you don't have it, that's going to follow you around. And so, starting that foundation off early is important. That doesn't mean you have to be right 100% of the time. It means when you're wrong, do what journalists try to do, and that is, to be as loud about when we're wrong as when we are when we know we're right. And that way your credibility leads the way.
Jen, how's his advice?
Advice. That's good advice. I'm taking it down. For a future White House AP or White House correspondent.
Yeah.
I would say the biggest thing I would say is, there's always going to be breaking news every day, which we all understand people are going to have to cover. But if you develop a focus and interest and almost an expertise in certain issue areas, that makes you even more appealing to the White House to give scoops to connect with high-level officials, to ensure that you become the person who's getting access to information on that particular issue, because you're coming to the table as like an informed engager on it. We obviously, we do lots of briefings on everything. We give a wide range of access. Reporters do their own reporting and get tons of their own information. I'm not suggesting otherwise, but it always is in our minds like, oh, so-and-so expressed an interest in Russia. So-and-so is really interested in COVID. They've been doing some interesting reporting on COVID. It doesn't mean it's flattering of us. It just means that they are deep on an issue. And there's like a real respect for that policy expertise and know-how in the press corps. And, I don't think that always gets talked about a ton. But my second thing is, to echo kind of what Zeke said, in that there are going to be moments where you have a disagreement in the briefing room or otherwise, right? And it can be adversarial. Reporters can be mad at us because they didn't get information they thought they had access to because we gave them the wrong information, not through malintent. Sometimes it happens even when you have the best intentions, and you have to be able to move forward. And while you have different objectives, the best relationships are where there's a level of trust, where you're not trying to screw the other person over on a daily basis. You're just trying to do your jobs. It doesn't always mean you're aligned. Many days you have different objectives, but developing that sort of level of trust and personal relationship is also, I would say, important in doing the job effectively.
Okay. Zeke, thumbs up on that advice?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Thank you both so much. My only regret is that we weren't able to do this in person. So we're just going to have to do it again once things open up. But Zeke, Jen, thank you so much for taking so much of your busy schedules to have this conversation with us. Zeke, I want to thank you and the entire White House Correspondents Association for partnering with us on this day and what we're hoping will be a regular conversation about the role of the press and the presidency. Jen, it's always nice to have you back at GU Politics. We miss you as a fellow, so we're just going to have to find other ways to bring you back as we did today.
It's great to be with you.
And to the audience, thank you for spending so much of your day with us. This concludes GU Politics programming for the semester, but stay tuned because we're cooking up some fun stuff over the summer, and particularly excited to see you all back on campus this fall. So with that, thank you all very much and enjoy the rest of your day.